VolyaRadio. Slava Ukraini!
Hello, good morning, Kyiv.
Good morning, Will. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Look at that. Two co-hosts. That makes me happy. And there are my
Boom.
captains. Boom. Boom is right. I can turn off the echo machine.
I'll go pop a couple items in the nest and be back shortly, Jom. You can kick us off with whatever the big news of the day is after the timestamp.
Yeah, I can go ahead and do woohoo. I can do the timestamp here, and maybe I won't be flummoxed for location here. Where am I? There I am. So busy connecting everything that I lost track of what I needed. So, as I said, good morning, good afternoon, or I should say, hey, hi, hello, how are you? It is currently Saturday, July 25th in much of the world, but not all of the world. So we're going to check out what time it is where. It is currently 6:01 a.m. in Fingering Hoe in the UK. Fingering Hoe. And in on Dickard Street in Germany, it is currently 7:01 a.m. At the pirate ship in Ukraine, it is 8:02 a.m. In Hangover Bay, Australia, where I think Will would probably like to be hanging out, it is 1:02 p.m. Now, please, Sir Dom, give me an inappropriate Japanese name because I can't pronounce anything.
Should we go with Fukuoka?
Fukuoka.
That's the place in the news recently, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Okay, so that is how you pronounce that. Fukuoka, Japan. So when you fly from Fukuoka, Japan to Palm Beach, Florida, your ticket will say "fuck Donald DJT," not Donald. It just says "fuck DJT." Is that why it's been in the news lately?
That's certainly where I've seen it on Twitter anyway. Yes.
Yes, absolutely. All right, it is 2:03 in the afternoon there on a nice Saturday, I hope. And in Peculiar Knob, Australia, it is 2:33 p.m. And in Jackass Flat, Australia, it is 3:03 p.m. In Newfoundland, on Phi Phi Island, it is 2:33 a.m. And in Goochville, Virginia, it is 1:03 a.m. And in Toadsuck, Arkansas, it is 12:03 a.m. Now we're coming back to Friday, July 24th still, where in Wet Beaver, Arizona, it is 11:03 p.m. And I think since I went to Wet Beaver there, I think I'll go to Beaverton, Oregon, where it is 10:03 p.m. Beaverton, Oregon is the home of Nike. And it's a freaking beautiful campus. Anyway, it's like the middle of the campus is a freaking soccer field. Anyway, I never go there either. Anyway, so then in Beaver, Alaska, it is 9:04 p.m. Alaska, where Sarah Palin could see Russia from her house. She quit stalking me, which I'm not sad about, and that's what I know for the timestamp today. Good morning, Kyiv, and good morning to all of you wherever you are in the world. I hope, as I always say, that you're having a good day. So, Jom, go ahead and talk to us.
Hey, Prince, thanks for that. Speaking of peculiar knobs, my timeline seems to be full of this old guy making lame jokes and falling asleep a lot. I'm not quite sure what that's all about. And also like large phalluses floating around in the ocean. But apart from all of that, we've got a few things going on. Not a lot of news that I can see. about things getting hit overnight. But I'm sure reports will be coming in. There's a bit of the fallout on that hit on the sports complex where apparently drone manufacturers and people were doing demonstrations yesterday. There is finally a drone shot down over Romania, which you probably talked about yesterday. I didn't have a chance to listen to that. But yeah, a few things going on that I'm sure we'll be talking about. I'm sure Will is also across more of the details here. But we'll be with you for the next 2 hours before Booms and Woe comes up with Firefella and Mockers. And we'll try and get you to the place where we've got a bit more information about what's been going on overnight. Prince, how you doing over there? You feeling good?
I'm okay. I was eating my dinner and I realized what time it was. That was just me trying to get dinner in time, and now I'm still working on a report for Will. And that's the one thing about the time that this specific segment starts, is it coincides exactly with one of Will's very, very valued reports comes out. So got to do it all at the same time. That's okay.
Unless you get me those minions I've been screaming about. I mean, apparently I'm a tyrannical leader of evil things, and I should have fucking minions. Frankly, go find me some minions. Or someone first. I need a piss boy. Oh, piss boy, to pack the nest, because good goddamn, there's a lot of ads to put up there before you get to any content you want to talk about. Hey, we'll start off where you ended up, John, because the NATO did announce yesterday that a Romanian plane shot down a NATO, or I guess it might not have been, it was over Romanian airspace. Whoever happened to be flying over there at the time, whoever's NATO plane, I don't know why they, no, it was Romanian F-16s flying over their own country, but they, say they're NATO, shot down a drone. I wish they'd give us more detail about, which type it was and stuff, because NATO starting to give announcements like this that don't feed those of us who are used to a lot more detail from the Ukrainian military, probably out up their game. I'm just saying. Yeah. Look at Australia 42A. I love your new avatar. Love that. Love it. Love your work.
Will,
So
can
let's
you hear
see.
me? Will.
Yes, go ahead.
Just on the on that shooting down over Romania, there was a little bit more information on RBC Ukraine. Apparently, it was 2 Romanian F-16s, 2 Italian Eurofighters. So it took 4 of them to take the damn thing down. I think I was reading on one of these articles that it was one of kind of the jet-powered things.
Oh, nice. A Grand 4. Good.
Okay. And that it was because of what it is and how it works, it was kind of quite clear that it was not just straight over there, but it actually gone over intentionally to kind of mess with people's heads. And they decided to
Or
take
it
it
was
down.
EW down near Odessa. It
Possibly.
might have got some EW down near Odessa and then redirected and went into Romania, but it's still Russia's fault.
Right. Oh well. I mean, they're launching it in
Regardless
that
of which it
direction.
was.
Yeah. Yeah. So anyway, that's a little bit more info on that. And as you say, NATO command have confirmed this, that they took the thing down at last. Is that the first one?
Yes, that is the first confirmed shoot down by any NATO country of a Russian drone since the commencement of this war, as far as I know.
So
Hey, and speaking of shooting, are the Chinese done shooting their live fire drills with the Russians escorting them off of the Japanese coast in the exclusive economic zone?
has that been going on? I don't think it's been reported here. I haven't
Oh,
seen
that's good.
anything like that.
I love it that the Japanese. Nah, fuck it. Who cares?
Yeah.
The Russians and the Chinese have been doing their drills, and they decided to stop and do their live fire exercise, much like China did off of the south coast of New South Wales when they were over here last winter. And just start hoiking off with the guns. no injuries, nothing like that. But carrying out dangerous acts with no knowledge or no notification, and technically in the EEZ of Japan is right off anyway. But that's just the way the kind of people these are today. So let's see. Where would you like to
Yes.
start? Booms, more international stuff, politics in Ukraine. What would you like?
Shall we put off well, I don't know. Do you want to do some provisional boom reports and then kind of come back to that later?
Why don't we do some? Why don't we do some? What I want to talk about first up is the horrendous attack in Kyiv yesterday. After we got our news done normally with 3 Iskander missiles fired from Kursk into Kyiv, and a couple of more Onyx cruise missiles fired from Crimea into Odessa after hours, after the Air Force report came out. And unfortunately, there was a kind of a drone UAV expo going on in Bucha, up near. Well, I won't say exactly up near, but in Bucha, up there, a sports facility was being used for some bit of drone demonstration, kind of a tech summit, and the Russians found out about it because it was publicly advertised and launched 3 Iskander short-range ballistic missiles with only probably about 3-4 minutes of flight time, and before the alarms could go off, struck that ground, and it sounds like killed 10 and injured about 70 so far. So it's a devastating attack. Folks from here, Alex Ferguson and Frontline Kit, Richard Woodruff, they weren't at that conference. It's the sort of thing they would be at, but they weren't. But people they knew were there, and they're obviously quite upset about that situation. It's you forget when you're in Ukraine how you have to be careful, even though you're not unsafe. I never felt unsafe ever when any of the times I've been to Ukraine during the war or before. Even though you get the air raids, and I've seen Shaheds fly over, and the ballistic missiles are always a risk of lightning striking. But you stop thinking about it. But what you can't stop doing is continuing good information hygiene and personal security measures when you're traveling in a war zone. But if you do that stuff, then you're not in any real danger. But if you get complacent, the Russians will use you as their atrocity a day, and that's what it looks like they've done again. And I think these phenomenally expensive Onyx cruise missiles launched into Odessa again. One shows that Russia is using up phenomenally expensive munitions that they have in Crimea, rather than have to carry them out of there or lose them in a drone strike, because Ukraine has essentially low level air superiority over Crimea, and is wantonly knocking out power and things there. We'll miss it in the other big newses of the Wildberry volcano of the day or whatever like that. But 19 targets struck in the last 48 hours. I just went ahead and put the list up in the nest for you. You can read it for yourself. It's power switch off continues. So I'm not going to read out the whole list. I'll leave that as an exercise for mockers, because it's entertaining to hear mispronounced places. But she's going to have a great time with Kala Dilnik. But they continue to knock out the 110 kilovolt system now. This is the mid-range system that they carry out most of the power transmission around the peninsula of Crimea on, and just continue to dismantle that. Also, the ships, the Kerch Strait is 100% clear of ships, and there are no ships down near the peninsula in Taman or the Kerch Peninsula. There are no vessels out there in the water anymore. It's totally clear of traffic. Russia did, of course, close the Taman port, and they closed the sea of, or any exit through the Crimean under the Kerch Bridge for commercial traffic a week ago when things were going badly for them. with loss of ships. But it's now clear they've given up on that. And this was one of the big questions I had: how long will Russia continue to operate protected convoys to try to break the blockade of Crimea? And the answer is, I don't know, what, 10 days? And then there don't look like there are any more vessels out there at all. And there are exactly, oh, where's my date? In the last 24 hours, there are none. So yes, that is confirmed on the USF group, but the power elimination continues, as do attacks on radar, air defense, and all that sort of stuff, John. Those are the kind of booms. Other than I think what we can do is talk about some of the damage assessment on things that were hit before, rather than walk through the booms of today, because mockers will definitely do those.
Sounds like a plan, Will. Yeah, and as you say, the Wildberry volcanoes are impressive to look at, and they're getting a lot of attention, of course. I think that's part of the point, isn't it? They burn so brightly that it's pretty difficult for the Russians to ignore what's going on.
Yeah, and the world news even
Yeah,
is affected when you can do a pan in St. Petersburg and catch two, not one but two volcanoes.
against a beautiful blue sky. Yeah, and I think probably it's more, in many ways, more significant what is going on in Crimea. I think, as you said, the blockade has basically stopped anything coming in now, and there's not much chance of getting much out. And as you say, they're knocking out their power, and of course, they don't have any petrol to run their cars. It's pretty grim there, I think, and that kind of feels like the key to bringing the whole thing to a very difficult place for Mr. Putin, because I mean it's kind of the jewel in the crown for him, isn't it? It's the whole thing is Crimea, getting it back to being Russian in quotation marks. So yeah, maybe we can discuss a bit of that. Also, I think Novorossiysk, or however you pronounce it, can't really diss mockers if I can't pronounce anything myself. But apparently that is kind of offline as well, from what I'm seeing in some reports. So
Yeah, Shikaris is
yeah,
they've stopped all export from that terminal now. In addition, they were doing they just stopped it at night previously because they were worried about USVs. But obviously, they were listening to my show yesterday when when Smokey and I were discussing how they would start going after that area with the UAVs, because clearly Magyar's birds are working that northern part of the Black Sea, which means all they've got to do is pop over the hill there on the peninsula, and they're down into Novorossiysk harbor. Or they got scared off because the tankers don't want to approach Novorossiysk anymore because they get struck by SBU USVs. So yeah, I think this blockade's going very well, and this is the key, right? It'll get boring, but that's okay. Boring is good as long as we don't see any fuel going into Crimea, and we see these substations being picked off just regularly. And they took out their wild berries there. You know, to add insult to injury, they knocked out the wild berries down there. No conveniences, no electricity, no fuel. They're down to an hour a day of electricity in most locations, except outside the very biggest of the cities in Crimea. Um, but they carry on. So their Russian authorities have also begun weird stuff like selling seizing and selling residential buildings that were owned by Ukrainians who refused to convert to Russian passports. They're pressing on with these things as if they're going to be there forever, but of course they're not. Um, Interestingly, because of the rains and the winter they had last year, there was a lot of ground moisture in Crimea, and where we thought they were not going to be able to get much agriculture done, The dryland wheat farming went pretty well, and it looks like they have a pretty good crop of wheat in Crimea, but they don't have any fuel to get it harvested. So, what might have been risking a record crop of grain, good-looking stands, might not get in at all, and that will break some farmers' hearts. There's nothing like putting a whole summer and winter, or autumn and then summer into a wheat crop and having the wind and the rain blow it all down. Or I never had to face this, but not having any fuel to get that to run your combines and all your tractors and everything, all your trucks. So let's see. There's that. The two explosions in the village of Malorenchoyskoye near Alushta in Crimea the other night. So that's either a power plant or a substation. Um, as Jom just said, stores in Crimea are short on foodstuffs and products, and their price rises are going up significantly. Not least of which because the price of fuel is extremely high, even if you can get any, because it's being rationed totally in Crimea, with none available to drivers unless you've got a QR code. And more bad news for Crimeans, John. Did you see that the SBU ran a little phishing, or they ran a fake hacking op, we'll call it, I guess, and sold a bunch of QR codes to Crimeans, and then used the money to provide equipment to the 10th Mountain Brigade, I think, in Ukraine. They just can't buy a trick here. As well as they hacked the ATMs down of Sparebank down in Crimea, and as you're trying to go through and do your transaction, it stops the transaction and says, get out of Crimea while you still can, and then your transaction gets canceled. So, disabling the ATMs, but also making sure that people get the message that they should get out of Crimea.
Bit of direct
Let's
messaging
see.
there.
Sorry.
Bit of direct messaging going on there. Targeted
Yeah, I
messaging.
mean,
It's good. It's good, I think.
yeah, you got to advertise, right? You got to advertise. But if you did get a real QR code, you can get fuel in Crimea, but it's going to cost you about 300 rubles a liter. So, and not to be outdone, John, it doesn't matter how bad things are going in Russia. There's always time for a little corruption. There really is. The Crimean government, they're the local occupation authority. Um, when when prices for petrol got to 239 rubles a liter, the government issued a long-term supply contract from suppliers for fuel at 300 rubles a liter. Now, government contracts usually pay less because they're long-term contracts, but this one put out a 5-year forward contract for fuel for 300 rubles a liter. I wonder who's going to get the spread there once fuel goes back down, or maybe they only wrote it because they don't expect the contract to ever get used or something. But an artificially high price for fuel being issued by the government is a standard corrupt practice. It's for people to do fraud on the government, and it's nice to see that still carries on, even though there's a crisis in Crimea, don't you think?
Well, what would you expect, Will? Can't let a good crisis go to waste. You got to go and do your corrupting stuff. That's what they got to do.
Exactly. No situation so bad that you can't turn it into a tidy little earner for yourself, John. Um, So let's see. The night of the 24th, the Ukrainian Security Service, the SBU, struck at the military airfields again in Crimea, and they're basically going after drone operations here, and probably to try to find these Bastion launchers where they're launching the Onyx cruise missiles from, because they'll be launching any remaining um, uh, any remaining Onyx and Zircon missiles that they have in Crimea, you can expect to probably get launched over the next few weeks. But they're all carried around in these little Bastion. They're called Bastion launchers. They're TELs anyway. That's what they're called: transport, erection, and launch vehicles. And hunting those down is got to be a priority of Ukraine right now. And they carried on. And here's something. Now this isn't in Crimea, but it's about Crimea. In Belogorsk, a local utility worker in Belgrade was taking down flags a few months ago. He was taking down the Russian Aquafresh, old Communist Party flags. You know, the Communist red Chinese one, and some of, I guess the Belgorod flag, and you know they worn out and were due to be replaced. So he's up on a man lift or a ladder probably, and he's taking them off, and he's just basically throwing them in the street. Well, Karen came along, not that Karen, the Russian Karen came along and said, you know, was complaining about the fact that the guy had dropped the Russian Aquafresh on the ground and was very upset about that. And so he, you know, well, he probably told her to, you know, get stuff, but so he complained to his supervisor. I want to speak to the manager. So she spoke to the police, and his manager came, and rather than just, you know, resolve the situation through discussion there, and the guy going, you know, whatever, I'm sorry. The woman wanted to press the issue, so the police did arrest him. He arrested this guy for you know, defaming or, you know, bringing ill repute or something to the Russian military or the flag, the state, and he got 5 days. He got 5 days in. He was sentenced to 15. He only spent 5 because he made a joke to the woman about, you know, dropping the flags when he was dropping them, and that's what cost him. So you can still go to jail for discrediting the military or the state in Russia, or because it's still on the books, you could still go to jail for up to 5 years for referring to the situation as a war, even though Peskov himself and Lavrov have referred to it as a war. And Peskov said, "Yeah, this is converted. This is now a war. It's not a SVO." Weeks ago. So anyway, that there is a lot. Anyway, there is a lot going on in Crimea that we're not talking about day in, day out, because there are big political developments and wildberry volcanoes and all this other stuff going on. But Crimea is still blockaded, and with the way it looks, Ukraine should be able to maintain this blockade for as long as needed. And we'll have, and you know, what it's needed for will come into clearer vision as we move through the late summer and autumn, I think. Karen, you've joined us.
Sorry, Karen. Just before we go to you, just Will, can I just ask about one thing, because it seems like there was a time when there was like almost nothing coming out of Crimea in terms of like confirmation and that sort of stuff and pictures and stuff. Are we getting more of that now?
We're not
why,
really.
We're
okay. Not. Atesh has had to really go to ground because as the Russian military gets picked apart down here, they will get more and more repressive and suspicious and everything. So Atesh doesn't send out the kind of amounts of recon and damage photos that they had been. Most of the damage photos we're getting directly from the attacking drones because they normally send more drones than they need, and the ones that follow the leaders in take the video of the damage assessment from the leaders as they move through. So we're not getting much on the ground there, but places that are fresh, you know, virgin territory, Jom, like up in St. Petersburg, you usually get 5 and 6 and 7 different angles of it on video and stills. It's lovely.
Isn't it just? Right. Thanks for clarifying that, Will. Shall we go to Karen?
Yeah. Go ahead, Karen.
Well, There was something I was kind of looking at, and like you said, wonderful things are happening on the Crimea Peninsula, and I just wish that this blockade could have happened earlier during the war, but the resources weren't available, but thank goodness they're becoming available now. But one thing that, I kind of like to follow the side stories, about what's going on. And, the grain traders in Ukraine are seeking official declaration on Black Sea shipping to avoid contract defaults. And of course, Odessa was being heavily shelled anyway. So it's gotten worse, but you know what? It was getting hit to begin with. And it wasn't exactly safe, even though it was being used. But what I've been looking at is that Izmail, the little river port city on the Danube that by the Ukraine-Romanian border, was a wonderful thing, for Ukraine to use for its grain exports when it was not possible to use Odessa. Well, now there's a drought, and I looked at the latifundist, and there are a lot of difficulties. It's not just over in Croatia where I've seen the other stories, but also I saw pictures of Izmail where the Danube is just like really, really low. And this is becoming a difficulty, just nature's interference, in getting this out. So what I wanted to know is that since the Danube is very low and they can only get out so much grain through that Danube port, is there a train or anything that could somehow circumvent and get this grain, to a place where it can be shipped? Now, I remember earlier in the war, Croatia offered the use of their port. But that's all the way over on the Adriatic, and that's going to be a long train trip. And so what have you heard? There are countries in Africa and Asia that really depend on Ukraine's grain. And of course, the farmers depend on being able to sell it too. And Europe doesn't want to absorb the extra grain from Ukraine because then it disenfranchises their own farmers, and it's a big mess. So what have you heard about this?
Well, let's see. I know that there is a very good train line. There's two choices. One is serious and one's a little tongue in cheek. I'll do the tongue in cheek first. There's a really excellent place to take grain out of Ukraine, and it's through Poland to the Gdansk port. But that's hampered by a little. The Polish farmers freak out about it, right? Because they're sure that it's coming out in Poland. But the truth is that the grain that goes through, that had been previously that was before the Polish farmers freaked out about it, goes on a train and goes through Poland, but never gets off in Poland. The grain doesn't get out and make sandwiches or anything. It goes directly to the port at Gdansk and went out, but that was being blocked by Poles. So the way to take it out now is over the train line through Chisinau in Moldova and over it down to Romania, down toward Bucharest and out to the port of Constanța. So it is possible. There are multiple routes out. But here's the other thing, Karen. The Russian, a Russian government official on Skabayeva's show the night before last, openly admitted that they're striking grain vessels in Ukraine to make the world suffer, meaning the African world. It'd be nice if that could play in Africa because they know that they're literally just trying to knock out the largest and most grain ships as they can, or strike the port at Izmail, strike the port in Odessa. Disrupt this activity as much as possible. Russia will claim that it's a valid military target because grain exports make up serious amount of cash flow for Ukraine, but that's a pretty thin argument when looked at through the lens of the Geneva and Hague Conventions with regard to proportionality and collateral damage, which means starving people in Africa or causing price spikes at a minimum in Africa that are going to affect lots and lots of people. And Russia went ahead and said the quiet part out loud, that they're happy to starve Africans if need be to make their point on Ukraine. So I think there's ways around this. They'll work out. But to be honest, uh, it, how much do we should ask Ioana to start to give us details on the shipping news she used to always give us, because I'm not sure how much it has reduced shipping out of grain yet out of Romania, but it's obviously a prime target for Russia. Yeah, so those two ways,
That's excellent.
Costanza. And
Sorry about
remember,
that.
Romania and Moldova finished that expanding that rail line specifically so that this could happen a couple of years ago. So I would think that will be a relatively cost-effective method of getting out. I'll let you know next time I go in, because next time I'm going in, I'm going through Bucharest and just now on the train into Odessa that way. Oh shit! I probably
Now
shouldn't say that
that
out loud.
is a
The
story
FSB
to
will be
look
after me.
forward to. I'm having trouble muting my mic.
Ah, well, maybe you might need to recycle, or I'll try to mute it if I see it's open. License to stifle. I'll do it. Lexicon.
Yeah, hi. Good morning, guys. Um, yeah, I don't, it looks like this issue is of course, a temporary one for Ukraine, while there's a big bite been taken out of what's gotten out of the port. Now, it sounds like Ukraine has very good storage capacity available right now, and it may just turn out quite all right. Actually, if you ever look, Karen, at Paul Waldberg, is it his stuff on YouTube? He actually just discussed that today, last night, whatever. And so he just shows that the cost of storage is very affordable, and Ukraine, what it's not able to get out via the river routes, it will be able to hold on to and then send at a more propitious time. And of course, it'll be a good time for selling too. And so grain, and compared to the cost of the oil being stopped and the missiles probably being destroyed, hopefully in Crimea specifically, that the cost works out pretty well for Ukraine. So that was a good video to look at.
Thanks, Lex. Let's see. So yeah, Crimea. That's it. The next thing I want to talk about is this. Well, there's a couple of things. Uh, uh, they've started. The defense minister, Instant Karma, has started doing, or he has initiated through the military under Drapati, the new head of the armed forces. An audit of military units has begun in Ukraine, the results of which suggest disbanding some of the worst brigades. Was the report from Chmut, Teresh Chmut. Now, here's the thing that we were briefly talking about yesterday. I also talked about last week, and is the subject of an absolutely superb interview, a 35-minute interview. That Francis Farrell did with Bohdan Krotovich, who was the 2IC of Azov for a long time. And he's now a civilian, but he's obviously a very, very good analyst and firsthand reporter on situation in the military and how things have progressed. So the first half of that interview is a, an accurate and I would say harsh but fair criticism of Syrskyi and his performance as the commander in chief the chief of the armed forces from a guy who served under him in there and knows firsthand the problems and knows that Syrskyi actively slowed down some of the directions of the Minister of Defense with regard to reformation of the unit and organization structure of the military. as agreed in consultation with Syrski himself. So, and built these big assault battalions that were essentially kind of just reporting up through him, kind of a personalized. He took a very personalized approach to some units and then didn't have anything to do with others, which is probably incorrect approach from a commander of the military, and also obviously had all the other characteristics of I'm the boss, you're an idiot, with regard to directions and instructions and uh, back feedback and things. So they were talking about how to correct these things, um, and his full critique of that. And the first thing that he said that they need to do is take this assault battalion, the 155th, that has had so much bad stuff going on it, corruption, the beatings, the torture, the people, non-military deaths, non-combat deaths, all kinds of stuff. There was a lot of bad stuff going on in this organization that's always been problematic in Ukraine. And what they were going to do is not build more of these things. And so this audit will lead to the uh, elimination probably of these smaller units that are totally understaffed and underfulfilled because they've had a lot of attrition and not been filled up. They're going to consolidate, finish the reforms that Fedorov and the MOD had worked out with the army to get into the appropriate core structure and break up these special assault units that Syrski was building for direction himself. I mean, and 10,000 guys, right? Not a battalion is going to have maybe 1,000 guys in it. But he built what he called battalions, these assault battalions, but they're just massively, they're like almost division-sized units in the military, in the Russian military, or sorry, the Ukrainian military. And so breaking those up and spreading those guys around to the existing air assault units, which are doing really great work down north of Huliapoli, right? There's 3 air assault battalions that are brigades that are down there that are taking land, consolidating, and keeping the Russians back. And those guys, those units are, well, they haven't been rotated forever, and they're also short on guys. So that's where the guys probably should have been going. And that's one of the early things that they can do to fix things, along with his long-term proposals in there for how to fix things overall, which I'll just note because I'm an egotistical, match exactly with what I said on my segment the other day with regard to making sure that they make the population aware of the modifications, that they're not going to throw people's lives away, that they're not going to commanders are going to look after their interests. That's that sort of thing. If they advertise that, they should be able to lift their volunteer rate up, and they should be able to lift their conscription without avoidance rate up. And I think those are phenomenally important. And I obviously 100% agree with what he said in that interview. It's very good. Francis Farrell always does really good stuff. He's a great reporter at the Kyiv Independent, and that 35-minute interview in full is well worth your time. John?
Yeah, that's interesting. I'm not wasn't really across any of the details of especially what was what the kind of the problems with Syrski was. I'd heard that he kind of tended to commit people to
Well, so
to
yeah, what he did
what
was address the issues of the time.
yeah,
Right.
yeah, absolutely,
He
yeah.
addressed the Russian advances at the time by taking all the assault battalions, which were held in reserve, and throwing them into areas uh, to make sure that, and he used the assault battalions in the Kursk offensive that kind of used them up, and didn't leave them with any reserves really behind that, along with not getting conscription and paying conditions and all the other reforms going fast enough. So the assault, well, they were very depleted, and most importantly, they haven't been able to rotate units like they were doing before the Kursk offensive, they haven't rotated. Some of these units have been out on the line for 300 days or something like that, and they haven't been rotated out for rest and training and refit, and that's just unsustainable. So, um, my take on what Bodan said here now, with regard to the status of the Ukrainian military, is that I wouldn't expect Ukraine to try to do any offensive operations this summer or this winter at all. Just hold the line, deal with the Russian onslaught if they do a mobilization, and try to build their way out of this issue that they've got now, along with all their great strategic strikes and mid-range interdiction and all that sort of stuff. Which is going great. They need to solve this manpower problem by making uniform their training programs, making sure that units get recruited with people across the units fairly, to make sure that they lift the standards of training for everybody across the board, that they advertise what they're doing, and that they implement their conscription process in a transparent manner, so that it can be seen as fair, equitable, and worthy of people's time to either volunteer or not fear conscription. I think summarizes what they need to do from here. But that's a huge job compared to the other reforms that they've done, which are basically tenders and technology things, which are hard to solve. But I think these human problems are bigger and longer to solve.
I think you're probably right. So Stersky was kind of sitting on these large uh,
He,
battalions, and then
he built himself a really big
apparently,
army of assault
right.
guys that he could throw into things.
Okay, all right. So they were actually being used. It wasn't like it was somewhere you could get in and sort of not sit the war out, but feel protected. And that was his power base or anything. It was just that he was using them in these ways.
Correct, and they were building those units in a very repressive fashion with physical torture sort of things, and the kind of stuff you see in the brutality you see in the Russian military commonly, to motivate soldiers to do what you want them to in assault battalions, which is phenomenally tough work, right? The other the other way to build assault battalions is to do it the way the foreign volunteers do, and Azov and the third do. To build such high level skill and competency and morale in those units that they're effective, as opposed to whipping and beating and forcing people into doing roles, and just not looking after them. Those bodies would have been better sent to the existing air assault groups that are out there, and let them work them into their system than holding them as this reserve, or building themselves a reserve that then he could send on missions that he personally wanted, which isn't what the general, the leader of the army should be doing. Leader of the armed forces should be doing. Shouldn't be that doing that level of tactical or operational attention to any unit. They should be standing at maps, working out the strategy and the resources and everything, planning the overall game plan. And I think he was probably focusing down like he's a problem solver, a fixer, right down at the lowest level. If Badan's reporting is correct, along with others that I've read, um, and I think it probably is credible. Those are valid critiques of Siersky. I still think Siersky was a good guy, committed to what he was doing, and did what he had to do at the time in the way he thought was best. But I think it's a real good thing that they've replaced him with Drapati, and I think Drapati is the guy who will be able to, from the military's perspective, help get the problem solved, provided they have a reformer who is eloquent and can make the changes necessary from the MOD side, whether it's going to be Kamara or whoever the Rada decides it's going to be when they come back in session on the 18th of August or earlier, John, because segueing to our next story, the protests obviously on the streets of Kyiv and other cities do continue. They are smaller than they were before. After taking a day off, and they're coming back, but now what they're not, there is still protests for bringing Fedorov back, but you know what, the flavor of them is now changing. Some of the flavor on the chants appears to be that the Rada needs to come back in session, that it's no time to be on holidays because the boys at the front aren't taking a break. The Rada shouldn't be taking a break. They should be here doing their job, filling the minister of foreign minister role and the MOD role. Noting, however, that they don't choose who the person is; they ratify who it's going to be. But if they can't do that ratification and provide their consultation and input if they're out at holidays till the 18th of August, and so some of the protests are calling for them to come back. And I think Lexi may have more news about that for us, John. But go ahead, John.
Yeah, just before we kind of move on to that part of things, and loads of hands coming up on this one. But do we know what this new guy, has he like actually said anything about what he intends to do? Does he like put out any kind of, not a manifesto, but some idea of where he's planning to take the military, what he's going to do different? Or is he just
Drapati?
been, yes, the new guy, yeah. Or has he just been silent?
They both spoke a little bit. I haven't had a chance to sit through Drapati's interview yet, but he did an interview with the Ukrainian TV. I just have to get it translated so I can hear it. But I I think he won't have a manifesto, but what he will have is his experience, because he was involved in investigating the problems related to the 155th, and because of his experience in being a commander from the very first day he was all the way up through now, and his approach to troop management, I think that will flavor his approach to making sure that they get the reforms of the MOD through. I think would be genuinely committed to it, and he was very friendly with Fedorov before. So I think, he'd idea. I'll bet he'd love it if Fedorov came back. But that's the decision of the president to make, and to get ratified by the Rada. So we'll have to see. I think the Rada in Ukraine does a lot more consultations than they do just sit back and wait to rubber stamp anything like they do in Russia, right? It's not the situation at all as usual in Ukraine versus Russia or anybody else. I think they're pretty vocal about who they would like nominated, even though they don't nominate, the president does. Lexi, have you been out to the protests in the last 24 hours?
I have indeed. Wild horses couldn't hold me back. Well, the thing is, Friday was slated to be the big one, and it was, or a big one. It was the relaunch, because you may recall that last week, after the change, the Syrskyi change and so on, people continued to demand Fedorov's reinstatement, and they were saying that if Zelensky didn't bring Fedorov back by Friday, they would relaunch continuous protests. Got five
And they
names.
started that at 8 p.m. last night, right?
That's right. And boy, it was going good. I got there at 8:10, and it was really going. And so it filled up the whole square. Now, some people are having a hoot because they had pictures where there was empty holes in the middle. It's because this is a very nice park in front of the Ivan Franko Theater, and there's grass in it. There's nice plantings, and there's signs that say, please keep off the grass. So mostly they try not to be on the grass, which is like these little pie wedges in the middle. And they mostly did. However, it filled up the whole, it's a circular square. The square, the embankment where they kind of set up there for the head of it, and he callers with megaphones and stuff, and drums, And if people speak, they go and speak over there. But it spilled into the streets. There's like 3 streets, like spokes of a wheel coming into it, and they had to, so they filled into those streets as well because the square wasn't big enough, which it had been like at some points a week ago or 10 days ago. So now I don't know what they mean by continuous. Do they mean 8 o'clock every night? Because that's what they've been. And will they grow or not? That's a big question. The demands on the Rada, on the député back to work, have been there all along, and also work first, holiday later, and decisions, not holidays. So those slogans have been there, and they're still there. And I guess what they want is Zelensky decides and they ratify. They don't want to piss about and waste time. They really feel that time is important. And as I've said, people feel that they have confidence that Fedorov would follow through on the reforms and that he started, that his analysis of them was kind of special to him. Like he came in with the sorts of ideas that he had in from the Ministry of Technical, what is it, digital transformation. Those sorts of ideas he developed for the whole of society and the military. They felt that that enabled him to have a pretty incisive analysis. So yeah, I don't know, very cheerful, very jolly. Somebody was asking me if there was a hostility to Zelensky. There isn't. There's some sarcastic messages addressed like, Mr. President, can you hear us? And but no, it's not a hostility to Zelensky. Now, something I had just seen a bit of, and I gleaning a little more, is there is a demand that they want to boot Vitaly Kim. I mean, they're not going to get this if this turns into a shopping list, but they're, along with the concern for soldiers, is a concern for veterans. I mean, it's one and the same thing. Kim is, of course, has been the mayor of Melitopol, I guess, and he is not a veteran. He's not at all. And the signs say a veteran for Veterans Affairs. And there's a lot of signs about that. Now, I had been puzzled a few days ago. I saw Kim doing I saw a post of his, some interview or something, in which he was taking a few slings at Fedorov. And I thought, why is he doing this? And now I see that his name's up there on the chopper. So I don't know. I don't know much background to that, but they do feel strongly that Veterans Affairs should be run by a veteran. And anything else? Anyway, mainly that's it. A really good spirit. And we'll see whether this is something that grows or not. But I got to say, it was very impressive. They're impressive all along, the way they grow. But this is quite quite a consumer of energy, because all you do is you just chant slogans. Somebody comes, as it sort of turns into gets fragmented because it's a large body and it's hard to keep it together. Then another chant starts up, another slogan, and they'll do that for a while and they'll sing something and then some more. So they're quite creative, but there's a series of them, and they sing Czerwona Ruta and Red Kalina and the national anthem, and do a minute of silence at the beginning. And but great spirit, a tremendous, and I think I've mentioned to you before that this idea of using your own small piece, of square of cardboard that you write this frail little slogan on with your own black magic marker, or pick one up at the side. And many are quite original, and many just say Fedorov MOD. But then when you chant the slogans, instead of just clapping, you beat your hand on your cardboard. So this makes a very special sound. I was saying it sounded like that grouse dance, if you know of that bird or partridge. And then they have added a few drums. And so it makes a particular sound. And I think it's something last year they started with these cardboard, they call them cardboard protests. And some signs even say cardboard power. And it's a way of saying these are all our individual but together feelings, views, and we're the people. They often say power is the people, and our or our country, our MPs, our deputy, our deputies, and so there's a lot of that, and one united sovereignty of Ukraine. So there's a lot of emphasis on unity and a lot of emphasis on how that stems from the people, and the Rada should listen to us. Back to you.
Thanks, Lexi. So John, or Yenny's got her hand up too. Yenny.
Um, I'm trying to remember. It was something about Fedorov. Like what I've heard is that people want him back because he had started making changes, but you can only do so much in 6 months, and they wanted to see like how much further he could get with his ideas. And if you switch him out, the risk is that you would start from scratch again. Well, like not exactly from square one, but maybe square one and a half. Um, is that like something that you guys have heard too?
Yeah,
Fuck Russia.
people said that to me, that every time somebody gets somewhere that he gets switched out, they feel like that's something that has happened in the past, and that he's getting to. I mean, a big thing that bothers people is corruption. I don't well, favoritism I see on the signs and in the chants, bringing your friends in, but corruption overall, a number of ways that shows up, and they feel that, yeah, what happened is he ran into a wall of opposition from people who would be targeted if corruption really were rooted out. And they just feel like it's been too long and there've been too many people that couldn't get far enough, and we don't want to make another person start over again. Exactly that.
And I totally accept that. But um, as uh, as has also been pointed out, he did only get 6 months, and I'd like to see him get more. But he also did um, a couple of things that were technically incorrect. Maybe not sacking offenses, but he did the triggering effect reasons why Zelensky was essentially able to sack him with cause was the reallocation of funding within the Ministry of Defense from soldiers' salaries to drones. At the time, it was an expedient thing. It got worked out, but technically incorrect. This is the thing Sirsky brought up about Fedorov. So sackable offense. Yeah, I don't know, but it's not up to me. Mostly, I think it was the minor personal loss of trust probably between Zelensky and Fedorov over the fact that that he told Fedorov, "You've got to find a way to get along with Sirsky," and he couldn't. I think it was an incapable of. I think most of that is Sirsky's fault. When I look at that relationship now, looking back, sure, he's a 34-year-old, bold, brash, not willing to take a lot of silly arguments to hold him back, not accepting of the status quo with regard to favoritism and corruption and whatever, and ready to cause waves. 34, might have been out over his skis a little bit and stuff. But to be honest, I also think he only got 6 months, and his positives outweigh his negatives. But there are a couple negatives there, and his his refusal to do anything but the Ministry of Defense job and get it all back is, I don't know. Well, I don't know what Zelensky will do. It's his decision to make. I actually agree with the protesters that said that the Rada needs to come back into session because they have such a good responsive representative democracy that if the crowds can get up the Rada members like they did during the Sapo and Nabu protests, and then the Sapo, or if the Rada folks can then, suggest who might be the next defense minister, or highly suggest to Zelensky that maybe they won't accept his first choice if they don't take Fedorov or whatever. Be a government, be consultative, do your job. I think the protesters are right. That the Rada needs to come back and help fix this problem, even though it's not theirs to appoint. Lexi.
Yeah, I should. It makes me recall that one of the things they say also is that Fedorov's history of reforms is what they're concerned about is Ukraine's ability to meet the requirements, which they are considered legitimate requirements of the EU, and that Fedorov, with what he did with digital transformation, the kind of reforms that enabled Ukraine to make throughout the economy to come in to conform with a lot very quickly, so quickly with some requirements of the EU, that they want to see that followed through in big areas. And of course, in defense, what they're concerned about, but that Fedorov has shown that they could do that. And I saw an article, it could also have been in Kiev Independent. I'm just trying to think who it was, but there are accusations, well, there's Western ones too, but accusations made that Ukraine has conveniently stalled on a number of important requirements that link to corruption and transparency, and so on, in particularly in the big bucks and the justice areas where it's so important. Big bucks like defense, procurement, and justice, where the reform has stubbornly been very, very slow. That those are areas where Ukraine has just too easily let things just kind of slide along a bit, and that those areas have to move faster. They feel like Ukraine should be able to get into the EU, but it needs to move on these really important areas, and they respect Fedorov a lot for that. They feel like he's been a major figure in Ukraine's ability to make progress the places it has made progress. You know, Dia and his view now of that he talked in the interviews he did at his initial appointment about digitizing the whole armed forces, that is being able to have a digital record for every person in the armed forces, all the personnel, in order to know where everyone is, how long have they been where they are, what are they due for, various aspects. I'm sure training could go into that, lots of things, but to ensure that people don't get forgotten in some frontline position where he said sometimes people don't even need to still be there all this time. Who knows? So that kind of thing, that his ideas are not just ideas applied to DIA apps, but they apply to the military as well.
Yeah, and that's another good reason in favor of bringing Fedorov back, right? Because the work he did in digital transformation and the app modifications, so that the a lot of the registration and information for the conscription side and getting registered for the military if you're right age, and a lot of your personal information, digitizing that whole portion of your interaction with the government life, it is fundamental to demonstrating a real and transparent lottery system to call people up for service. It is a good reason, and yeah, it goes along with all the others. But here again, not my decision to make. I'll be happy with whatever decision the president of Ukraine makes in consultation and approval with the Rada. I mean, I'm just really enjoying sitting back watching this liberal democracy work, Lexi. Myself, I wish I could be there at the rallies with you.
Yeah, they're really great. It's different, has a different flavor from the rallies that I went to that I spent a lot of years in my life, but it's got its own character, and I'm really glad to have the chance to see it.
Yeah, and even Kim, even Vitaly Kim, I thought he might be. I mean, he's only just been appointed, but I take that point and I agree with it. I stand. I thought he might have been all right, but I stand corrected. Veterans for Veterans Affairs makes a lot of sense to me, and yeah, I don't disagree with that at all. But we probably can't get to nomination from protest rally stage in a democracy. I'm not sure. We'll see whether or not they can get to that point. Direct nomination from the protests in order to get nominated for who are they going to pick for Minister of Foreign Affairs, you reckon?
God, no idea. Sure would another comeback I'd love to see. We all would at Volya, I'm sure, is Kuleba.
Oh
I
yeah.
noticed I noticed that he's been speaking a lot recently. You know, he's been teaching abroad and so on. He seems to be doing a lot of nice, thoughtful interviews. And I was wondering if he was going to be pulled into some more active role, but I don't know. But no
We'll
idea.
see, because this is the area. This is the area um, that I sometimes disagree with with the Ukrainians that I'm hearing about their opinions on stuff that changes at the government level or changes in the military. They often say that we don't have a deep bench, and I'll tell you, I just react at that and I go, compared to what? I mean, look at the level of competency during turmoil like this that you see in Ukraine. Compare the Ministry of Defense in Russia with the Ministry of Defense in Ukraine and the head of the general staff in Russia versus the head of the general staff in Ukraine. It's chalk and cheese. I'd much rather have the Ukrainian ones, even though they're in turmoil, right? They're just far more professional, everything. And yeah, I think that they do have a deep bench. I think that if we look through, and what we'll be telling about this is, Azov is going to now need to appoint a new leader because, of course, um, their previous leader's just gone to be the chief of the general staff, right? Not the head of the military, but the chief and his chief of general staff were both replaced, and we'll have to see who goes up in Azov. I think, from what we know from looking and talking to people in Azov before, I think they'll produce competent people that maybe coming to power before their time you would normally come up. But hell, Drapati's 43 and Fedorov's 35, and no, he was 34 when he took the job. And I don't think anybody would make the case that those people weren't as competent as anybody who's in, let's say, the U.S. military uh, structure, or the Russian, or the British, or anywhere. I mean, they're just they seem to have a deep bench to me. But Ukrainians tend to be, but they just think they, I don't know, uh, they think they're not as good as it's good. I suppose they're not cocky about it because they think they don't have a deep bench, but I think they have a very deep bench. Every place that I've seen, in politics side
Totally.
or military. Go
I
ahead.
think so. You see all these people in there are so many institutes of whatever research and analysis and so on in different areas. You just see interviews from people, and they are so knowledgeable. Their knowledge is deep, their experience is long, even though they're very young. And you see some of these in working in places in New York and in London, like working on the issue of the frozen assets and trying to get some traction there with the various governments, financial sectors, and that kind of thing. As an example, it's just really impressive. I mean, these are very educated people, and they've been focusing on their own country, if not just for the period of independence, just focus on the last 10, 12 years since or 20, since the Orange Revolution. So there's been an awful lot of Ukrainians have graduated and gained work experience in, like, you name the field, they've got it. No, they're really amazing.
Yeah, I agree. And I'll just highlight that with, think about yourself. Would you rather be a conscript under Pete Hegseth or uh, Yevgeny Kamara? Hmm? Just think about it. Just consider. That's all I'm saying. Um,
It's
Jom,
valid
what would you like to talk
comparison,
about
Will.
now?
Definitely a valid comparison. And Lexcom, watch out, hang around those protests too much. You might end up as the Minister of Defense. Where are we going next, Will? What you got? What you thinking about?
Well,
I'm
let's see. There's plenty of
good.
drones on the way to inside Russia tonight. Of course, that you can see from the drone bomber map that's up there. We don't have reports of exactly where those are headed yet. But we might, in the interim, before we know where strikes were made today, talk about strikes from yesterday. In particular, a massive flood of drones, as is happening tonight, happened yesterday. A real big, massive flood that was masking, in one case, uh, a couple of flamingos that were mixed in there, one of which made its way all the way to the Kirov missile factory in Kirov. It is it's called VMP Aviatech in Kirov. Their own website lists that they're a military supplier for things like the Tor system and lots of different other componentry that go in multiple different military applications and some civilian ones, but certainly a very good target. And you, boy, Russians should be quivering in their boots about this. If they're producing 3 of these babies a day, and they can store them up and get through with accuracy like this, and like the factory in Kirov before, and like the other factories, like the Votkins missile plant, folks, this is now undeniable. Look at the roof of that building in Kirov, literally right into the middle of that factory at the end where the machining work that they wanted to hit was in. That flamingo, for a quarter of the cost of a Tomahawk missile, is very accurate and very precise, it would appear. It's obviously got the radar cross section of the Texas, but um, um, if it makes it to target, it's going to hit what it was after, and it carries 1,050 kilogram warhead, and that strike has clearly done some significant damage and a continuous fire for hours and hours after that strike. So it did a lot of damage to that Aviatech factory, and also a lot more damage than Russia initially admitted to with regard to death and injuries, because you know me, I was hoping it was right at shift change, and up from the original 6 that Russia reported, 30 people have been reported killed. This is 30, technical workers. So a big loss to that factory in its capability to get back online. Even if it gets the facilities rebuilt, it'll need to restaff with a lot of people, because if 30 were killed, a lot more than that were even injured. And I just think that is such a good strike on Kirov yesterday. And note that they're doing to Russia exactly what Russia did to them in the second and third year of this war, which is flood the zone with the drones to draw out and confuse and overwhelm the air defense, and then get the missiles through in the pipeline you've created through the air defense that way. It's a thing of beauty, I think, John.
I think so. And these are, as you say, the method of attack is set up to overwhelm them, and the targets are exactly what Ukraine would want to hit, and they're not veering off or directly targeted on residential areas or anything. They're just going for the stuff that needs to be gone for. That's going to make a difference in the actual prosecution of the war itself. And that's quite a distance as well, isn't it? They probably thought they were fairly safe there.
1,300 kilometers, Kirov. I mean, they have struck targets in Kirov before, but yeah, it's a good clip out there.
For the quarter the cost of a Tomahawk missile. So they're bringing down the cost of war as well. And I think American manufacturers are going to have to start rethinking their pricing structure. Carry on like this.
No doubt, no doubt. In fact, you know that the Raytheon was talking about the Patriot cost of producing a PAC-3 missile, and said they were going to do some things to reduce the cost by, I don't know, something like a half. And I'm like, why didn't you do that before? Well, it's because they had a monopoly.
Do some things. Reduce the cost by half. I mean, like, cutting 5% off or something, but switching out a few components, taking out a module or two. I don't know, but
Yeah. I mean, because think of that, right? You build radios for a living, or not for a living, for a hobby. And imagine if you built a radio out of all the most expensive components you possibly could, versus getting the components that would work, but maybe not cost as much, right? It's a similar to that, because they're assembling complex, expensive items, like all the things you put into a radio, and but they never thought about it before, right? They just built it the most expensive because you're on a monopoly contract with a government buyer who's not in a position to get inside your system and tell you how to economize.
That's a pretty good analogy, actually. Yeah, I mean, it's like incremental, minimal improvements for super top range stuff, where, I mean, is that incremental slight difference gonna make much of a difference to how it actually works in the end?
No,
But I mean,
that's why I'm so amazed about this
yeah,
flamingo. I thought the precision would be far less than it appears to be.
yeah, but I mean, like knocking off half the price. I mean, even if you're changing out a few components and taking out a few systems and things because it's not necessarily needed, it's it kind of reeks of a bit of a kind of a scam, to be honest. But I suppose if you're the only one making something that has until now been able to take out ballistic missiles, then I suppose it's definitely a seller's market. Let's see what Ukraine can come up with.
Yeah, no doubt. CF Food Kitchen, how are you? Thanks for joining us.
I'm good. Thank you for the microphone, Will and VolyaRadio. I listen to you guys because um I don't know much. Well, I learned uh, about what's going on for the last few years, um, and you're the experts, and that's what I hook up with you and to understand. Um, I want to say before I have a question, but before that, I want to say uh, uh, the people fighting, the Ukrainians fighting against Putin's army, uh, it's amazing what they've been doing from nothing. They start from nothing, and they learn and they creative and smart people. Are really. Um, Comparing with the Pentagon, who is running the Pentagon right now, I think that there's no comparison right now. The Pentagon is run by people that they don't know what the fuck they're doing, um, and it's a shame that the U.S. government for the last almost 2 years hasn't given anything to Ukrainian government, uh, but just a slap on the president and disdain for the president. This guy is doing an amazing job, according to my book. And uh, uh, the European Union, I understand that they have a whole bunch of billions of dollars. I heard the other day that it will last for a while, and it's good for that. The people around the world need to, not just the Europeans, because the U.S., under this regime that we have here, it's not doing anything for Ukraine, and they have money allocated for that, but they're not relieving that. They're not giving that to Ukraine. And that's bad. I'm ashamed of my government here. But Ukraine is still, after that, is standing tall. Everybody said that if U.S. Aid dried out, Ukraine gonna fall. Because I think that that's the intention of this government, of Donald Trump. Give Putin the opportunity to take over Ukraine. I mean, I've been uh, saying that Donald Trump is a Putin asset, for a long time, since previous term in 2017. But the question that I have for you, Will, and other people that know in this space, is that I don't understand much about the new developments in with the protests in Kyiv. Um, I read in the news that President Zelensky uh, um, fire someone, a general, a big general in the army, and I understanding right now that there's protests calling him back. So I would like to understand that part, so you guys be so kind and tell me what's going on.
Thanks, CF. I mean, yeah, we have been talking about that for the last for about an hour with Lexi and the others. The fact that Fedorov, the Minister of Defense, was sacked, and then as well as the Prime Minister of the country, and a whole cabinet reshuffle essentially by the President Zelensky. And then a few days later, he also sacked the head of the armed forces and the chief of the general staff. Um, Over disagreements they had, and technical issues, and just loss of confidence as a result of the protests on the street, with the head of the armed forces, and he did consultation with the military brass at the same time. It's been a really phenomenally interesting examination of how a liberal democracy works during wartime, because when it all started, and I said, it's President Zelensky's decision to make, and anybody who doesn't think they can make this change during wartime should be prepared to hear Ukraine say, "Hold my beer," and they certainly did it. And all of the so-called experts have said they'd never do it because it would take 3 years to, turn over the staff and everything. They're doing it, and they have done it. And Drapati and his new deputy, or the chief of the general staff, are superb war fighters, Beletsky and Tripati, and are a new wave of reformers within the military that maybe will get paired up again with Fedorov as Minister of Defense if Zelensky decides to reappoint him, and there's no certainty that that will happen because of a lot of other things that are been reported on that I won't go into. But the protesters still, the ones that are on the street in smaller numbers than before, but still out there, the protesters still want Fedorov to get additional time, as Lexi went into in detail for all the reasons she talked about, and because he only had 6 months and a whole bunch of other stuff. But if President Zelensky doesn't decide to reappoint him, then he'll have to do consultations with the Rada and appoint somebody that both will accept his appointment and can be confirmed by the Rada. I think is a reasonable summary of where we're at, Jan.
So basically, uh, the protesters are asking for reinstatement of Fedorov, which is the Minister of Defense, right? What
He
about the
was the
other
Minister of
three?
Defense, yeah.
It was, yeah, it was. So what about the other three people, like the Army Chief of Staff and the two other people that you mentioned? Are they asking for the reinstatement of these ones as well?
But they no, and they won't. They're in the military. They don't make political statements. They're strictly the military, whereas on the political side is all civilian.
So the protesters are asking only for reinstatement of the Minister of Defense.
Well, they're actually the protests are actually evolving, as Lexi said. They're evolving to talk about other people that they don't want in, and other appointments that have been made. That once you open the a discussion up to a protest in the street on essentially a straw poll for who they want in which position, they'll get a whole bunch of different ideas. But yes, in particular, people still say they want Fedorov to be reappointed as Minister of Defense, and others are, but they also need to reappoint a foreign Minister of Foreign Affairs and all the other internal posts, in addition to getting the confirmation that the new prime minister, is also acceptable. But I wouldn't expect the military folks, Drapati and Beletsky on down, to make political statements about who they prefer as Minister of Defense. I think they will say we'll work with whoever the president uh, uh, appoints in his role as president of the country.
But okay, last final question. I mean, thank you. Uh, does this uh, upheaval of people demanding or asking for this minister fire uh, will hurt President Zelensky popularity?
Oh yeah, probably. If he doesn't play it right, then but his popularity could be permanently injured by not reappointing Fedorov. If there's, it depends on, I guess, whether or not the protest in the street is an accurate representation of the majority of the population in Ukraine, and I don't know that, and I've never seen any polling about that, but.
Could be a CIA intervention, you think?
Absolutely not. No way. No way. Not a chance. It's not going to be any CIA intervention. There's obviously attempted FSB interventions, but no, there's no conspiracy to be seen here. This is just a liberal democracy, the most vibrant liberal democracy in the world right now, frankly, in my opinion, going about doing the liberal democracy thing. And here's the best part. Well, as I said from last night, what I found out is the protests are now out there saying that the Rada needs to come back off of holidays. Because remember, they did all this disruption. They're at war under martial law, letting people protest in the streets. And the Rada said, it's our vacation time, so we're still going on summer holidays like we normally would. We'll see you back on the 18th of August. Well, the population in the street is now protesting regularly chants about the Rada needs to come back. Off of holidays and get back to work, rightly saying people at the front aren't getting a holiday, so you should come back and do your jobs. I think that's an accurate representation of what the chant I saw was.
It's amazing what's going on and how the people have all this freedom and calling here in the U.S. You know, these motherfuckers, the Congress, they go on their vacations and they do nothing. But you know, I always be. I'm from El Salvador. You know, I probably some people heard me before, and I grew up under dictatorship, and now we have a dictator named Bukele, and it's amazing what the Ukrainians are doing. Um, and the people that I understand that some people in the space they live there, whoever visit there is my hats off for what they're doing, and I do a little support, you know, financial when they have something going on, and that's all I can do. But I think that the uh, the Ukrainians are at some point for me uh, standing up for the whole Western European countries, and they understand that, and so do I. But thank you for that. You know, it's very complex, but that's what I come in here. Sometimes I don't have time, and I just listen for a while. But it makes me understand listening to you guys, and thank you very much.
No worries. You're very welcome. Stop in anytime. So, Jom, I have to pick the scabs off another good Russian, if he is a good Russian again, because once again, Mikhail Khodorkovsky is going to start thinking I'm fucking stalking him or something. Because look, he's been in my feed uh, regularly throughout the war, but he's been in my feed multiple times in the last few months, like since the SPIEF was going on, and it seems a little suspicious to me um, because of the content of what he produces. You do a first read of Mikhail Khodorkovsky's posts, and they're quite good. They're full of facts, especially when he was talking about the oil industry, which is the refining industry, which I of course know a fair bit about. So I was happy to hear his input on what the refinery strikes would do and the severity. But every time I read his stuff, I get this little, there's this little niggling feeling that something wrong here with what he's saying, and so I critiqued his stuff on the oil and gas area, because I think he understated it. And when you read this latest thing that he writes about polling inside Russia, about the Russians can no longer ignore the economic cost of Putin's invasion, and he says 3/4 now acknowledge that the war is damaging the national economy, despite the relentless state propaganda. That seems like a wholly, totally reasonable, great statement to make, except it's 100% not true. The poll he cites that down in his own information doesn't make any connection at all between the population saying the economy's terrible for me and my outlook is terrible and my feelings are terrible, but they make nowhere in the questions does it say, do you associate these things with the war? No one says that. They just says my life is shit, like it's somehow magically shit that or they're somehow just unlucky or whatever. This survey for Nest is a good pollster, but of course, if you're doing polls inside Russia, people are going to lie to you, right? They're not going to lie to a, a government influenced or a public poll if their names and addresses and their opinions could be exposed at all. And of course, they are these public polls, but their perceptions uh, aren't about the war. They're about how where their economic activity is right now, what the assessment of where it's the direction in which it's going, and their outlook for the future for themselves. And all of those things are the numbers he reports are 100% true. That people think things are shitty and getting worse, and I'd agree with them. 100% agree with them. In fact, I would say that there's probably more people that are afraid to talk about the future that probably put a rosy perspective on what's going on in Russia. But not one question had anything to do with, do you associate your shitty condition in life to what's going on in the war? There is no question like that. And note all these videos day in day out. I mean, the drumbeat of every time there's a wildberries volcano, of which there were two more yesterday, right? The people lamenting into these videos about how bad they've got it. No, no, this is terrible, and I've lost everything. They often, almost always say, and I don't understand why this is happening to me. They make no connection between drones landing on a wildberries and blowing it up, right? These aren't spontaneous combustion, right? Everybody knows that Ukraine is attacking wildberries. They're doing it on purpose now. They've always been doing it on purpose, but they're doing it on purpose. They're definitely military attacks. They're definitely wiping out your stock if it's in wildberries, and it's done 100% on purpose to make life shitty for you. Why do you reckon they might be doing that? Yeah. Nobody makes the connection yet to the war. And this is my problem with what Khodorkovsky reports and the Russians in general. Russians who leave Russia, who don't pick a side, and they should become Estonian, or I don't even know if Mikhail Khodorkovsky has given up his Russian citizenship, but they ought to, because really, to me, there's a litmus test for Russians that are overseas. The litmus test for Russians that are overseas, also the litmus test for Russians inside Russia. It's just I won't talk to them on a daily basis. Other than it's the same litmus test I apply to my friends who are Russian, my good friends from 20 years ago. If they're not willing to say Russia needs to stop this war and get the fuck out of Ukraine, if they're not willing to say that, it means they're willing to either accept, maybe Khodorkovsky still accepts Russia's imperial ambitions and that it has some right to be a colonizer in the world and that it's somehow special and superior and has a right to do what it's doing. If you're not willing to say Russia needs to stop this war and get the fuck out of Ukraine, you're basically still condoning or accepting that Russia is going to be an imperial power and that they have some sort of God-given right to do it. No, you need to recognize the mistake you've made and get to correcting it. Get to correcting it by abandoning any hope you have of holding any Ukrainian territory and stopping the war immediately and heading for the exits. That, if you're not willing to say that's what you demand as a expat Russian, an emigre, and take up citizenship of another country, or if you're a sportsman who wants to work internationally, there should literally be a litmus test. Put your hand on your heart and say down the camera, Vladimir Putin, we need to stop this war in Ukraine and get the fuck out of Ukraine in total. If they're not willing to say that, then unfortunately, I'm not letting them back into society. I'm just not. And everything Mikhail Khodorkovsky normally says is factually correct, but I just get the sense that he's one of the people, unless he'll say that, I get the sense that he's an agent for Russia and he's trying to live in the West and have it both ways and not pick a side and commit. And he's one of the guys that's going to be hanging around trying to normalize Russia. What Rubio said the other day, America is literally trying to normalize relations with Russia across the board, but they've got this pesky little Ukraine problem in the way. Guess what the pesky little Ukraine problem is going to be? It's going to be stop the war and get the fuck out of Ukraine. Because if you're not willing to do that, it doesn't matter what America wants. It doesn't matter what Russia wants. Ukraine is going to continue this effort of eliminating the Russian threat once and for all until they're willing to say we need to stop the war and get the fuck out of Ukraine right now. If you're not willing to do that, you're still saying I'm an imperialist. I have a right to be here. I'll get some concessions out of you. You'll get fucking nothing and head for the exit, pal. If you're Russian and you're in Ukraine and you're not heading for the exit, if you're not taking the advice of the SBU when you go to the automatic teller and start to vote with your feet, then we're not going to ever have to worry about having a discussion with you. You're going to be making sunflowers because Ukraine has every right and should pursue the killing, elimination in full of every Russian who's inside Ukraine who isn't willing to go home. It's a war, and that's the way it works. Get out of Ukraine or you're dead. And if you say you want to stop the war and you're going to get out of Ukraine, we'll pursue you and make sure you do it. But there's no two ways about this. This war is going to end with Ukraine getting all of its territory back. All of it. 1991 borders, Crimea. And if Russians won't accept and say, and before that, I got nothing else to talk to them about. And anything that they present is presented to me as if it is trying to maintain Russian imperialism and normalize relations before we've dealt with the war crimes and the children being stolen and the rest of the genocidal acts they've created. The atrocity a day that Russia creates, which they're doing again today, by the way. You'll note that the bombing again in locations close to the border by Russia with glide bombs has continued. That's what Russia does. If they can't have it, if they can't have Sloviansk today, then you're going to get 3 or 4 glide bombs into residential buildings there and a 2-story office, and we're going to kill some people. That's Russia. So this is real easy to finish this war. If it gets bad enough for Russians inside Russia, if it gets bad enough that they're willing to say we need to stop this war and get the fuck out of Ukraine, and they start heading for the exits, things start getting better for all of Russia a lot quicker. But only if they do that. Only if they'll get there. You got to if they won't make that epiphany and start heading for the exits, no negotiations, no pity, no nothing. Keep on the pressure maximum that we can apply to Russia until they do that, until they crack, and are each and every Russian willing to say that if they're involved in if they're involved at all in getting Russia out of Ukraine, everybody in Russia should eventually have to pass that litmus test for me to let them back into polite society. But anybody who's involved, Lavrov should be forced to say it. Peskov should be forced to say it. Putin should be forced to say it. We're going to stop this war and get out of Ukraine. If they're not willing to do that, we're done talking. Lexi?
Can I have a few seconds, Will?
Go
If you
ahead, sir.
will. Um, Hey, this is I don't know if you know this, but 2 3 days ago it was in the newspapers in El Salvador that some family members have received letters from mercenary Salvadorian mercenaries from the that fought in Iraq war with the U.S. are trapped, and they are trying to they plead into the Salvadorian government to talk to the Russian, to Putin, to let them go home. There's about 1 or 2 dozen that's what the newspaper says. So there's Salvadorian mercenaries fighting. We know that North Koreans and all that stuff, but I don't know if you know that. But yeah, Russian youth, they don't want to fight. They're leaving the country. So Putin even released prisoners to go fight and all that. Well, this is all story, but that's all that I want to say.
Yeah, thanks. And that would probably be similar to the experience of a lot of foreign fighters fighting for Russia. But getting out of it once you're into it, a whole different can of fish. Lexi?
Yeah, you can check in anytime, but you can never leave. Yeah, I agree with you about Khodorkovsky. I've also noticed more posts from him, and they all have this flavor of just some, aside from the ones that are about technical stuff about oil, but they're kind of some moral argument about how there needs to be more democracy or more, the people need to be able to express their views and things are hard for them and so on. And I've been looking for it. I don't even see the word Ukraine in his posts. I mean, he's a total opposite from Kasparov, the only good Russian, frankly. He doesn't say anything about Ukraine, and he doesn't say, I don't know if he says the war needs to end, but what war in particular, I'm not sure. And yeah, definitely it is that litmus test that about Ukraine, about the occupied territories. And one might ask him, what about Bashkortostan? Does it have a right to leave? But anyway, and other places. But anyway, I think that that's absolutely crucial. I think he is a phony. It's like he doesn't want to mention Ukraine and Crimea because he wants to, I think you're right, retain his creds so that he can go back there. And like all the other imperialists, never having opposed the war on Ukraine. And I think that absolutely it's absolutely vital because frankly, nothing is going to move that elite in Russia. Nothing's going to move Putin until he starts losing land. There are going to be no talks, no negotiation, no ceasefire until actually land is being lost. And then it's going to look like his special MO is not working. I think that Putin still believes, along with his layered defense and all his crowd around him that he keeps under his thumb, under very, very tight control. I think he's in a secure position, and he still believes that he's going to pull this out of the fire. And it may take a couple years to get the rest of Donbass, so be it. But he's going to do it, and eventually the West's going to crack. I mean, Marine Le Pen's going to win. Sylvia, whatever her name, AFD is going to win. They're going to turn around Romania and Poland. And anyway, I think he believes all that stuff. And until it's demonstrated, because he loses land, nothing is going to shake this conviction. And I think that exactly, I'm totally with Robert Brody Magyar that Crimea is step one. things are going to be very, very clear as this becomes clearer, and nothing else is going to move anybody in that imperialist country.
Yeah, and listening to Brody, you know, it'll please me greatly to tell you that I've got another prediction that's going to come true, because Brody hinted, and he's not a bullshitter. He hinted directly that Blackout Sunday is coming to Russia after they're done with some of this other stuff. They're not even close to done with the shit with the hell they're going to visit on Russia, and it's going to have the feeling of divine retribution to a lot of Russians, I would hope, because every type of hell that's been visited on Ukraine by Russia is being visited on Russia by Ukraine in a much shorter time span. You know, you want to knock out our epicenters and Novopochtas for 4.5 years, just picking away at what you can get and whatever. Well, say goodbye to Wildberries, because it's going to be about another week before that business is gone for good, up in smoke. And you're not going to get fuel. There's not going to be any electricity in Crimea. You're not going to be able to move down there. The food and water are going to be coming up after that, and I'll guarantee you that there are a lot of Russians that are going to freeze in the cold this year. Remember them saying how you poor Brits were going to have to be eating your gerbils and stuff, and you'd be freezing in the cold in winter unless you did what Russia wanted. And then they went to visiting that on Ukraine specifically to knock out heat and power plants every year. Not just this last year. This last year was particularly bad, but I'll guarantee you there's going to be a bit of that taste of that for Russia this winter, and I will be clapping it on, because the manner in which Ukraine is delivering appropriate, proportional, and acceptable collateral loss damages on Russia that are the exact same type that Russia visited on them, and say, we're doing this specifically to visit on you the hell that you visited on us, only we're better at it, is exactly the statement Russia needs to get. Let's see, Jom. I see young lady Mockers there visiting us. I'll say before we go too far, so I don't miss it, that we're here to not so I can just sexually harass Mockers and my little shield maiden Jenny, but also to raise money for worthwhile fundraisers that are in the nest that we vet. We've been over to Ukraine to vet and meet virtually all these folks, or we've seen them for so long, and personally examined whether or not they're transparent and accountable with the money that they raise, and then it goes to the very thing that they say they want it for, and they typically show receipts and are transparent about what they deliver, whether it's War Doggo or Richard Woodruff's team, or the nurses that we help support, or anything that's up there. All of those folks are well worthy of your donation if you've got one to give, and I encourage everybody to make a donation to the nurses, the Basilian sisters, the humanitarian stuff that Turix's team does to take medical supplies into Ukraine to help out from everything from a stabilization point all the way up to the hospitals. They deliver that stuff multiple times a year, and of course, my favorites, the trigger pullers, the folks that get things for the killers in SBU and the National Guard and Achilles, the folks that are helping deliver mid-range strikes on Russian food and water and fuel coming into them in the Donetsk. That is where all of my donations go. Unfortunately, I rarely have money available for humanitarian causes. I do occasionally, but virtually every one of my donation dollars goes to where the rubber meets the road in making good Russians out of bad Russians inside Ukraine. So help those guys out if you can. 2 hours went like shit through a goose jump, and we're almost done. I only have, I think I've got one more story, and that's simply just that check out the map, folks, because it's about time to update Wildberry's volcano bingo, and the pictures up there for everybody who wants to keep up with what's going on. But I'll just note that the wild berries that burned down yesterday in St. Petersburg, it's been confirmed that I was also correct that that's they burned down the very wild berries in St. Petersburg that burned down in 2024, not due to a drone strike in 2024, but there was a huge scandal back in 2024 when that facility burned down because it was found to not have any appropriate fire detection and suppression system at the time. It had some of the sprinkler heads up and things, but they weren't connected to a water source. There was no pumps to pump the water to them. It was shall we say, a Potemkin a fire suppression system in that warehouse. Big scandal. You thought somebody would have gone to jail? No, no, no. They rebuilt it with the exact same lack of fire protection, and it's burned down again yesterday. Jom, that is delicious.
Yeah. And it looks like there's been another attack on a wild berries tonight as well, or overnight, or this morning.
So
But
Yekaterinburg. Yeah, just
that,
hot off the presses. Do you think that a drone made it all the way to Yekaterinburg?
I have no idea whether it looks like it's kind of in the car park in front of it rather than the unit itself, as far as I can see. Maybe a car exploded or something. I don't know.
Well, it
Substandard
clearly hit a
gasoline.
car in the parking lot. I should pop that
Yeah.
up in the nest, I suppose, for people to look at if you haven't seen it. But yeah, it's definitely hit some vehicles in the parking lot, and they can absolutely make it to Yekaterinburg with drones. But if you made it all the way to Yekaterinburg, it looks like there might be even two drones involved. But it looks like they hit adjacent to the warehouse and not in the warehouse itself. At least these first ones.
Yeah, I'll keep them on their toes anyway. That's for sure. Maybe people will start moving all their goods out of the warehouse. Who knows? But yeah, let's see what else comes out overnight. I'm sure Mockers will be updating us on all of this. I've seen a few things exploding and on fire, Mockers. So I'm sure you'll bring us up to date on all of that stuff.
Well, whenever Yekaterinburg comes up, there's something on my wish list in Yekaterinburg that when I heard Yekaterinburg, I went, and then it was wildberries. I'm like, I think I'd probably rather go after the Missile Design Bureau that's in Yekaterinburg with a small factory there for prototyping. But can't have everything, John. Where would I put it?
Well, yeah, you'd have to
Plus,
put it
there's about
somewhere.
15 days left to go in this campaign, aren't there?
Well, yeah, and who knows what happens? Maybe there's another 40-day campaign after that. So who knows? Who knows? Yeah, a couple of things. Oh, Mockers, go ahead.
Well, that's the thing about these 40-day campaigns. You can always just start another one, can't you?
Like 5-year plans, but effective.
Yes, indeed. I think it's Zelensky's version of the 2 weeks.
Exactly. That's what I was going to say. It's a presidential prerogative to say, well, we'll see what happens in 40 days, or we'll see what happens in another 40 days. Yeah, I'm all board on board with that. Plus, Ukrainians have an attention span that's significantly longer than the 2 weeks that Trump usually says stuff and hope people will forget about things. These Ukrainians don't forget about stuff. They're still they're out on the street right now, and no signs of going home for wanting this young Fedorov bloke back. So let's see, Mockers.
I think I was going to say the
Yep.
same thing. Well,
See ya.
yeah, we will get out of the way. Been an absolute joy. Thank you very much indeed, Will, for all of your insights and your machine gun talk. That's good stuff. I'm sure Mockers will be up to co-host very soon. Firefella will take over from me, and we'll take you through the booms and woe. You got lots of stuff, a lot of material today, Mockers.
She's still transitioning. She takes her a second before she can unmute.
Yeah, she's transitioning, huh? Okay.
Well, okay,
Yeah,
wait.
yeah. I'm going to be John this afternoon.
Yes, this is something you need to tell us.
Oh, dear me. All right. Okay, I'll get out the way and let Firefella up. Thanks, everybody, and see you probably another couple of weeks, 3 weeks, whatever. But it's been a joy. Thanks. Bye, buddy.
Bye, John. And yes, morning, folks. I do have a list of booms for you as it happens. And I don't know what's going on with this app, but it keeps asking me to do various things. And I'm like, geez, what's going on? I've got things to say about Orhanish. Oh, yes. Oh, yes, I do. So let's start here because this is like, you know, it's a massive bee in my bonnet. Look, we've secured 460 votes in the European Parliament in this fight against alumina exports from Ireland. And the Irish investigation report has been sent to the EU. So it is time now to pivot ever so slightly and campaign directly to the European Commission. Now, there's just a couple of emails that you can use. And I'm going to just retweet my friend Punky Fella here. There we go, with those emails attached to his message. All you need to do is email one of these emails, just two of them. Here they are. One's Kaya Callas, his office, and the other one is the European Inbox for Trade and Economic Security. So we've got those two, and demand, request, politely, nicely, that they ensure that it reaches the next sanctions package, considering there is so much support for this. And why you personally support it. Why not? Be personal. This is the final leg now. The 22nd package is coming up, they say, in the fall. But, you know, I mean, look, it's August in a week's time or something. So, you know, the fall is not very far away. So let us get on it and ensure that they know that we haven't forgotten. That's really important to me. So thank you all. There is also been released today some, you see, the Irish Times, our good old friend Connor at the Irish Times, Conor McGregor, he has terrible trouble keeping his nose out of things because he's a proper investigative journalist. And on Friday, the government published a short 450-word summary of their long-awaited report into Orhanish, and it was very light on details, I'll be honest. I could have written it, considering what it said. You know, I could have written that without an investigation. Yeah, it's inconclusive. We can't really tell if it's making its way into the, you know, military-industrial production. Shrug, big old shrug. And that was basically what they said. And there was no conclusions, there was no nothing. It was very weak source. And Conor Gallagher obtained the full 51-page report, get in, and he's published today in the Irish Times what's been kept hidden. So lovely stuff. And I believe our friend Dan, the Shadow Tanker Bonker, has a little bit of an excerpt from it. So, you know, obviously we don't want to publish the whole report, but this is just a little quote here. The government's grinding evasion over Orhanish contrasts with Australia's clear-eyed reasoning 4 years ago and Sweden's tenacious investigation into Deripaska's holdings. The state should not wait for others to tell it to do the right thing for Ukraine and Europe. Instead, they should move to hit Russia's war economy where it hurts. This is a quote from an assistant professor in the history of war at the University College Dublin. And exactly that. They should be showing a good example as the, what are they? The, we've got Tanker Watcher coming up now. As the president, head, leader of the European Parliament. I don't know what they call them. Is it president? Yeah, that they should be showing a good example and saying, look, we can do this. This is us showing the other countries how it's done. Hey, Germany, why don't you close some of your loopholes? Hey, Finland, why don't you sort out your nickel delivery problem? You know, there's all sorts of ways that we are still feeding the Russian war machine, and Ireland could come out smelling of roses here and do the right thing, and yet they seem adamant that they just can't, just possibly can't possibly. What say you, Tanker Watcher?
Good morning, everyone. Hope you're all well, or good afternoon, or good evening, wherever you are. Just a quick note. That excerpt, because I actually did something for once. I actually subscribed to the Irish Times, so now I can see all the articles. I finally did it. So, there was actually a handful of articles that have gone out on the Irish Times in a very short space of time. And that little excerpt I happen to have read this morning, and it's actually from a different, it's not from Connor's thing. It was actually a different report. And I've seen Connor's report. And one of the big things that have come up is when they investigated, or when they looked at the records at Auchnish, they found multiple companies that it's somehow involved with. And if I can find the quote, I can. But it basically said that they are concerned, there's concerns over financing and potential circumvention by parent company, revealed in an unpublished report. So if I can find the full quote, 2 seconds. Sorry, apologies now. You could say something if you want to, Marcus, give me a minute.
Do you want me to just do a little song and dance while you while you look
Do
for
the
that? I mean,
no, do you know that that classic what's it, on hold music?
oh right, okay, yeah, we'll do some holding music.
Oh, I'm sorry now.
Well, while he looks for that, I will just tell you that the Irish Times have been doing a stellar job keeping the boot on the throat, and really impressed with them. They're very good stuff. Always been sort of hunting this down. So much so that poor Connor himself has received an awful lot of, shall we say, tanky love, which is actually not love, which is like threats and hatred. So much so that he's had to literally lock down all his replies, because whenever he posts anything up, they pile in on him. All these flipping a-holes. And so, it's just easier for him to just not allow people to reply. It's obvious that there is a campaign that has been switched on to, push back against this. Go ahead, Tanker.
Yeah, so the report states that Auchnish has no control over these companies. Their setup raises concerns about financing and potential circumvention. So this is, I'm actually getting ready for work now, so unfortunately I'll have to cut it short this morning. But there's one other thing, and Peter Burke actually said this. Bear in mind, he said this on, I think it was RTE Radio 1 yesterday. So this is like a main radio station that's listened to all over Ireland. The report confirms that the exports of alumina from Auchnish to Russia have significantly increased since 2020, and that more pronounced level in 2022. And then it went on to say that the reason was, I kid you not, it was because other companies didn't want to be associated with it. Why is it? So yeah, so basically, other companies that would have been originally buying the alumina from Auchnish prior to the war, stopped buying it off them once the invasion started, because they were afraid it would damage their reputation. At any point did the Irish government think of their own reputation, or think of the reputation of the Irish themselves, if other companies were pulling back? No, of course not. They said, oh, do you know what? Let's just let this slide and let Russia have the stuff. So I was just completely floored that Peter Burke, the man who started all this amazing investigation, actually came out and tried to justify the exports to Russia, because by saying, well, no other country or no other company wants to touch this with a barge pole. but we'll touch it with a barge pole because we're actually I better not say anything. Okay. But you could probably think of, let's just call them weak. How about that?
It is, isn't it? It's very weak. I said it's all a bunch of weak sauce. Yeah, they're like, oh, we just don't want to upset them. Upset them. Go ahead, upset them. And
Yeah.
deal with the fallout because
Well-
it's either that or you watch more children die and feel the blame for it.
Just to give people an idea as well, right? Ireland has made very tough decisions. Now, let's nothing to do with the war now, but I'm talking about in terms like the environment and various other issues throughout the years, right? There's a couple of things. If you talk to someone in like their 30s, they're in their late 30s, 40s, you mention a few closures, and people go, "Oh, I remember that." Do you know, years ago, Ireland used to produce its own sugar using sugar beet. That closed. That was a huge story. Because obviously it was just easier to import sugar from overseas because it was getting too expensive. People will know that Irish people, we tend to burn a lot of peat, which is just like kind of like, if you like, a kind of mud in the ground. When you dry it out, it actually burns quite well. No other country really does it, but we did it for years and years and years. And there was even like a state-owned company that employed loads of people in the Midlands of Ireland. But of course, obviously, it was scraping up natural habitats, boglands. This was all ancient stuff going back to the Ice Age. And the EU and Ireland decided, oh, well, actually, you know what? Let's hold off on this because there'll be none of it left if we keep at this. So that put all those people out of put a lot of people out of work. Now they have transitioned over to like green energy and using wind farms and whatnot. And then of course there's the power station. I think I mentioned this way back. There was a power station just at the other side of the river from where Aughnish is. That employed about 420 people. It was coal fired, and again, because it was so polluting, Ireland made the tough decision to stop the coal-fired plant. There's still some kind of operation that goes on there, but there's only about, I think, 80 permanent staff or something. I know they're doing building work at the moment now that's employing a lot of construction jobs, but that'll end soon. So this idea, I don't understand why everyone is so, oh no, we have to keep Aughnish open at all costs, when it's like, well, every other county has had to suffer loss for one reason or another. And our reason this time with Aughnish is, well, it's bombing children, it's bombing hospitals, it's bombing cancer units, it's bombing families. I mean, or it very well, it's like the balance of probability it's attached to all that is very, very high. But yeah, somehow it's like, well, we can't prove it conclusively. I was like, well, no one is ever going to prove it conclusively. The smelters are 3,000 kilometers deep in Russia, in Siberia. There's not a hope you're going to get the actual info. But the info we do have, tips the probability that it is going into the war far greater than anything else. So I'm just stunned to see the government just be so, just basically rolling over and taking it from the Russians. And it's like, you think of all the other standards, all the environmental standards, everything else, every other company, every other citizen is subject to in the EU. They're held to such a high standard. But yet Oleg, who's probably on his yacht right now, pissing himself laughing, getting richer by the day, and the government are just giving him a get out of, a free pass every time. Sorry, that was a bit of a...
No, you're absolutely right. They shouldn't be getting a free pass when nobody else seems to get this special treatment. It's amazing how there's all these double standards, isn't it? And you know why, don't you? Because Russian interference / Russian money. That's the only, the only difference there, that these other companies weren't trying to bribe people or, blackmail them. One or the other.
Something is definitely adrift because, like I said before, there has been so many closures in Limerick itself, not even just throughout the country, but even Limerick itself. There's been massive closures of different things. And it was a case of, well, you let that slide pretty handy. You didn't get too much involved in trying to save that. That all what fell through, And like we said, no one is trying to close. Well, eventually, I'm convinced anyway that is on its, regardless of sanctions, that place is on its death rows. As I said before, Guinea want to make alumina. No other company wants to touch it with a barge pole. The stuff, the crap that's stored, that might not get its extension. So there's a lot of reasons that, when you go beyond the sanctions or potential sanctions, there's loads of other reasons that would close it in a few years. And it's like, are we supposed to just hold that place open, let it continue supplying Russia, continue killing in the meantime, just for the sake of keeping it open for another few years? I mean, oh, okay, I'm getting upset now. It just makes me so angry that you're only prolonging the inevitable, and while you're prolonging it, people are dying.
Yeah, exactly that. It takes the absolute piss, doesn't it? I think Will wants to come in on this, so I will go to Will. I'm a bugger for keeping Will waiting because, he likes to keep others waiting.
Well, thank you very much, by the way.
Fanar. No, I was essentially just going to support what you're saying. There almost has to be nefarious involvement by Russia, because what Ireland is doing here goes against all the manner of precedent in which they do things. Right, as Tanker just mentioned, look at all the environmental things that Ireland has done in involvement with the EU, and the way the EU normally approaches these issues that have to do with environmental stuff and industrial facilities. Because if this was an environmental issue and the EU wanted to determine if alumina was going into these Russian smelters for the purposes of environmental protection, they would do what they've always do precedent wise, and is completely valid scientifically, to do a mass balance to show proportional contribution as the means to tie the final product to the beginning product. You don't have to put a nuclear tracer in the alumina and see that it makes it through to the aluminium missile part. All you have to do is show a mass balance of where all the raw material inputs come from and where the final products go to, and assume that inside there everything is well mixed, because it is, because they're big pots where they melt down everything, and then separation of the slag, and then pouring into ingots. It's a big quasi-mechanical chemical process that you can absolutely assume that any material goes in gets uniformly mixed with everything else, so its contribution on the output is proportional to its contribution on the input. And that is basic mass balance in science, because you can neither create nor eliminate mass unless you can accelerate it to the speed of light and turn it into energy. But we're not doing that here. So mass balances is a standard practice that the EU and all scientific agencies that are doing environmental stuff around the world accept. It's the precedent that Ireland has used many times before. And if they're not going to use that same approach and precedent to this issue, why not? What is their motivation for not using that exact same process here that they would do in an environmental issue? And it's got to be, I mean, look at the interviews with these people, the way they're trying to evade, the way they do the gish gallop, the way they try to poison the well and talk about all the negative things that they're going to do if you force them to take it out, and the coercive. This so smacks of a Russian information campaign that it's not funny. How do we make the Irish government ex- explain your motives if you're not willing to do the right thing here? Explain your motives. Why not? Because all of this other stuff that's going on looks like Russian nefarious disinformation. What's going on here? I mean, does Ireland not give a shit about Russian negative involvement in their country? Because they will. Because when they go to close down that Ongish smelter, that refinery, all that waste slag that's in the ground there, you think Russia's going to want to pay top dollar to clean that stuff up? No, they're probably going to try to abandon it and push all those costs onto the taxpayer. I mean, that's what any company normally does, but I'll guarantee you the Russian companies are going to do that because that's what they do in Russia.
That's a very good point, Will. Just on that last point there, where you've mentioned about the cleanup, the government somehow has secured, I think, like a 30 million euro, something like that, kind of fund from the company to clean
Not
that up.
enough. It won't be
No, no.
enough. That'll be a fraction.
Here's the thing. There was a pharmaceutical company, again, not a million miles away from Othnish, and it was only a factory. It was only a pharmaceutical factory. And I think they needed something like 100 million just to clean that up. And that was pharmaceuticals. Now, that had its own environmental concerns as well, but nowhere near the scale of what the slag is. Like these or tailings is, I think, is the proper term, but this
Yeah,
waste,
tailings ponds.
tailings ponds. Well, the area, funny enough, actually, I was measuring out a few things last night on Copernicus last night. Well, we know anyway, it's like 1.8 square kilometers in area, and it is 36 meters high. Now, obviously, it steps in, so I don't know the exact volume as well. I think it steps in every 6 meters and goes up 2 meters and then steps in 6 meters. So I'm sure someone far more clever than myself could work out the volume there. But it's in the millions of tons. And interesting enough, I saw a comment the other day, and I'll have to do my own due diligence on this. But back in the 80s, when the plant first opened, so long before the Russians took it over to open it, the planning was, or the condition set was, when the factory opened, all the waste had to be exported. So it had to be shipped out of the country. Now, there was never a condition, I don't think, that said where it was going to go, how it was going to do when it got there, how it was going to be processed, and blah, 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 blah. Nope, they just let it stack up, and they've just let the pond just expand and expand and expand. And of course, they store it dry as well. So in the summertime now, it dries out, and that's when all that fine dust starts blowing all around the area. There was a storm a few years ago; it covered everything, and now they're using. If you look on the Environmental Protection Agency, they state that Othnish uses 50 million cubic meters of water every year. And it's like, well, how much of that is used to dampen down because they use sprinklers to dampen that stuff down. I mean, it's like you said, any other environmental standard, they just wouldn't be accepted by anybody else, but somehow they're getting the free pass.
Yes, exactly. And what's at the root of all of these things that don't seem right? Money. That's what it is. It's just money, bribery, corruption, and perhaps a little bit of, blackmail and threats. But, they'll lead with smiles and money first. And if that doesn't work, they'll move on to bribery and threats. Blackmail, and threats. But of course, all these guys have, slightly dubious histories. So blackmail always works as well. I'd just say, look, if you're going to be, in power of any kind, you need to not be a bad person. Otherwise, you will end up having bad people come and take the piss out of you because of the fact that you got skeletons in your closet. I mean, literally, right? I know my titty pictures are out here somewhere on the internet, and if somebody posted them, I'd go, yeah, look at them, they're great. I'm not going to worry about that, because I haven't taken money off some Russians to do some nefarious deed. So it doesn't really matter. It's only skin, as far as I'm concerned. So, own it. Own whatever it is that you've got as a skeleton in your closet, because one day it will come back to bite you on the arse. And if you're a politician of any kind, then you need to make sure that you can own these things without it being too embarrassing or too upsetting. Just they seem to think that they can just get away with this shit, and then somebody comes along and goes, oh, by the way, we know all about that. Would you like us to put that in the press tomorrow? And the next thing you know, you're doing nefarious deeds for shitty people. And that is your legacy of being a bad person in the first place. So don't be a bad person. It's quite simple, really, isn't it? Anyway, now I've got off my soapbox, got that all off my chest. Tanker, go for it before you need to go to work.
Oh, I was just about to say, not in any way relation to your little speech there of bad people. Did you speak about Niall Collins the other day? Or any day? Sorry, I've been a bit busy lately.
Yeah, that guy who finds it just so tiresome that he has to deal with actual issues. If you haven't seen what Niall Collins responded to some questions about the death of Ukrainian children, his response was a yawn with a yawn emoji, and he wrote yawn and put a yawn emoji, and that's disgusting. That guy needs to be thrown out of office. He's supposed to represent the people. That's not representing the people. That's being just a piece of shit. And so, yeah, that man, get in the bin, all of him. And I hope wherever he goes, whatever he tries to do from now on, people just yawn at him and walk away. Oh, I'm sorry. Did you want to have a conversation? Oh, I'm just too tired. Just too tired of you. You know? Just disgusting. Anyway, feel free to go and give that man some bullshit online because what a cunt. Oh, excuse me. Jenny?
And he can't even use correct grammar. It was really satisfying being able to correct him. As a Swedish person, English is not even my first language. It was funny and glorious and extremely satisfying because fuck that guy and fuck Russia too. Thank you.
Okay, and now let us get onto the the beautiful photographs that I've got to say, right? I don't know if this is some form of new form of what would you call it? Resisting in some way, or at least commenting upon the war. That Russians keep doing this. They keep taking selfies of themselves, looking a bit sad, in front of massive things on fire, and that they've got opportunity to do so quite a lot recently. Just all this stuff that's massively on fire. There's some really nice pictures, by the way, and just one after the other, you see these little sad faces, it makes me want to punch them in their little sad faces, I'll be honest, because Ukrainians have been losing homes, families, cities. They have to sleep in basements and, metro stations and hallways and hope they don't die. They've been burying their children and their loved ones. And you know what? They carry on and they get up in the morning and they pick through the ruins and they, put their businesses back together and they carry on. And Russians are crying because they've lost some shit in warehouses, because they've lost some money. And they say, why us? What's happening? What have we done to deserve this? I've not seen a single Russian, as yet, crying for the horror and terror that they have brought upon others. Not just Ukraine either, because, there's plenty of other countries that they've attacked and murdered whole swathes of the population and then gone, oh, by the way, we're just going to stay now. Just going to stay here. This is ours. Yeah. You see, they've committed genocides abroad. Let me see. Afghanistan, Moldova, Georgia, Syria, Dagestan, Chechnya, Ukraine. And it's just who they are. And they just, shrug about it and drink some more vodka. And now they're getting a tiny taste of what war feels like. And they're absolutely crying over it. And you know what? It will get worse. It will absolutely get worse, and I hope they all feel the terror. So let's have a little look at some of these booms, because there are indeed some booms going on. So I'm going to start with a mysterious fire. And I'll just retweet this mysterious fire for you for your delectation there, fire fella. I understand that you're having issues with your app, just like I did. I am currently using, just in case you didn't know, the 18th of June. I'm currently using the app dated the 18th of June update. And this one works pretty well. So there we go. Because whatever this, the updates that they've been doing recently for Android users, they've
I've sent
absolutely
you a book of instructions and a link to the app.
lovely. Yeah, they've absolutely fucked up spaces for Android users. So I apologise on their behalf. But yeah, 18th of June. So I've rolled back to then, and that works. It's a 12.1 or something like that, anyway. But anything further on the line, it gets all a bit wonky. So I have to wait now until this version gets wonky, and then I'll upgrade by another week or something like that, and just, I'm gradually moving along. Anyway, let's start here. At night, a fire broke out in a production hangar on Avtomobilny. I feel as though they have something to do with vehicle manufacture in southeastern Moscow, and spread to around 3,000 square meters. They ended up with 2 firefighting helicopters deployed to contain the fire. Now, obviously, there were no casualties reported at all. Never is there? But it makes you wonder what they were up to. Now, this is just a random fire, large random fire, though. And it's something to do with automobiles. Do you think they were storing badly some additional fuel that they probably shouldn't have had? Because this was my first thought. Oh dear, they were storing far too much fuel that they shouldn't have been in, in proper containers or something like that. And overnight, there's been an accident. There's an investigation apparently, but that's not going to come to anything conclusive, is it? It's a bit like the Ornish investigation, which was just to delay the inevitable. And it's just another problem with their logistics, isn't it? So also, just to note that this area is just beside the railway there, just beside the railway. So, I wonder if they've been doing something that could be passed to the war machine. So just inject this into my veins, them just having industrial accidents all over the place. And look at all the trouble that's caused. The fact that they've had to now, deploy firefighting helicopters. It's not just stuff that Ukraine hits that's on fire. They just can't help setting themselves on fire either. Do you conclude anything from that fire fella that I sent out for your love?
So, morning, people. I have to apologise. I can't see Beckle on this app this morning. It's just weird as you flipping like. So, in terms of that fire, it could be anything. Yeah, it looks like a lovely B class, but mainly A class. It looks like there's a little bit of B class in there. Dropping water on it, as we all know, is going to be absolutely useless, people. And I do wonder about their use of helicopters. That tells me that their land-based units are not working or not available or off doing other stuff, which is, quite lovely, because quite a lot of Moscow is on fire at the moment. But yeah, they're not coping very well, are they, at all? Yeah.
Indeed, they are not. So yeah, just one after the other, they're having problems. And well, Magyar's only too happy to help them have problems. So he confirmed this morning that wild berries are just flowers and the berries come later. Karma doesn't choose complicated routes. There is a cause and effect relationship and an accessible way to find answers to the question of what for. Remember the lady, what for? What's happening? which has been echoing loudly across the Russian internet over the last few days. And they confirm we have destroyed 6 berries so far. There's also some beautiful videos of, just Ukrainian drones just out and about, enjoying the sky, stretching their legs with what air defense? None. And I got to say, they have provided some incredible visuals just recently. And the basic nature of cause and effect. This is something that the Russians, they need to understand, don't they? They just need to understand it. Now, I got a little bit of sad news. The drone attack on the wild berries in Yekaterinburg appears to have not been as successful as some of the others. That big black plume of smoke isn't actually the facility itself. That is something directly next to the facility. And that's a shame. But that doesn't mean that they won't go back after it, because Yekaterinburg, a bit far away, but still we can reach you there. So it's 1,800 kilometres, a bit of a brutal distance. And the very fact that the drones got there in the first place shows that there is no Russian air defence anywhere along that route. So it can't always work out, and they will probably have a go at it again. But it is worth just noting that, these drones can make it over there. I've got something I wanted to add to this. Yes, right, okay. So, why are they using drones in particular? Because did you see what happened to was it an Avia plant or something like that? Is it called the Avia plant? Avia Tech plant in Kirov, right? When that missile hit the plant, it basically took out an entire building in one go. And technically, Ukraine could do the same with these wild berries. However, they don't, because Ukrainians have a bit of a moral backbone here. And one of the things that they make sure to do is to give people the opportunity to leave. That's what they're doing with the entirety of Ukraine that's occupied right now. They're giving them the opportunity to leave. And so even though they're striking these places, they've got the opportunity to leave, because when they see a drone coming in, they can hear it, they can see it. It's not coming in super fast. It is coming in, to take out that building. So it just gives them a chance to get out of the way. And also, these drones are quite small, and although they do contain incendiary devices, that fire starts quite localized and then gets bigger. And so this just shows, doesn't it, that Ukraine are being gentle, technically, gentle with their attacks. Because these, they could use missiles. They got missiles. They could use them. But they're choosing not to. They're choosing to use drones because not only does it, affect them in the same way, that the whole place burns down, it just ends up with a facade with like everything behind it dead and twisted, major fire. Because, no sprinkler systems or anything like that. I mean, why would they have them? But also, it gives those people, those civilian workers, a chance to run away. And I honestly think that's one of the reasons they do this in the way that they do. They don't hit them with missiles because, it actually gives them a chance to get out. And I think that's very kind of them. It's very kind of the Ukrainians, indeed. So remember that as well, when they're whining and bitching and moaning about, oh no, they're hitting these places. And they're giving you a chance to escape. So suck it up and run if you have to.
Focus.
Yes.
So looked at Yekaterinburg, and they missed the main building, but hit the car park, and they've set a load of cars on fire. That's why it's a bit different. 2 or 3 different videos of that. So yeah, they can always hit it again, though, can't they? And Yenny's got her hand up.
No, she hasn't, darling.
According to my apps, she has eyes. I'm sorry. This is shit.
Yeah, it's you having a bit of a weird one. That app that Prince has sent you, it's a bit of a pain in the arse because it wants to, manage all your updates. So you have to turn that bit off, or at least turn off the notifications about all your updates. But basically, just go into this app and just go into the list of updates and roll back. You don't have to delete this app; it will do it for you in the process. It's really quite handy. So some kind person worked it out and made this little app to fix the shit.
It says you have to pay for the first app. Do I have to pay for it?
No.
Well, it's asking
No.
me for payment. Right, I might bugger off and see if I can sort this out. I don't know. It's annoying as shit. This is.
Yeah. Go see if you can sort it out. It's definitely free, I promise. So there's a few more booms today, and let's just get them out from under my bookmarks. So I'm just going to have to whiz up here. So we started off last night with Belgorod under attack. I did note that Belgorod was under some attack, and it would appear that Belgorod has become a place where Ukraine's basically saying, "Yeah, you can't park there, mate." You know how Russia has been taking out petrol filling stations, gas stations in Ukraine? Well, Ukrainians have gone, okay, bet we can do the same. And they've been taking out, they've taken out nearly half of the petrol filling stations in Belgorod. And they're like, oh, I'm sorry, did you want to live here? Well, you're going to be fucking walking if you are. Because, two can play that game. They also have been hitting overnight logistics warehouses and energy infrastructure facilities, which appear to be burning across the city. And remember when the worst that they could do to Belgorod was infiltrate it a little bit with the Freedom of Russia Legion and cause a little bit of localized trouble. And now look at it. Why don't you evacuate Belgorod? Make a nice buffer zone. That would work. It's just a continuation of the way Russia's been smacking the shit out of everything in Ukraine. I'm sorry. Did you not expect us to hit you back? Well, I see your destruction and I raise you a Belgorod. So, very effective, I feel. They've got to be nice effective. So the Yuzhnaya substation and the Luch thermal power station in Belgorod, both currently on fire. But that's not everything. Oh no, Luhansk was under attack as well last night. And this appears to be the old locomotive factory, which I'm sure, as you might imagine, is probably now a repair base / storage base for Russian military stuff. And there's a beautiful sort of like sunrise, I think it's sunrise image here with just gorgeous orange. And I just retweeted that for your viewing pleasure as well. So that appears to be what's going on down there. And how about Rostov? Oh my goodness me, Rostov also under attack. All these areas just, neighbouring along the border with Ukraine. Guess what? You're going to feel it. You're going to understand what it is like to be at war. Sorry. I'm just seeing some exciting news in the background. We might have some exciting news for you next week. Yes, we'll find out about that. To do with the Illumina project. So where was that? Oh yes, Rostov. Yeah, Rostov has been getting its pants kicked off as well overnight, and just loving that, loving that. I'm just looking at the wild berries logistics hub that was in Simferopol as well, because in Crimea you're not allowed to have wild berries either. Now this was the one that was struck yesterday, and it wasn't as big in the news because there was other stuff going on. However, according to available reports, this facility in particular was being used by the Russian Ministry of Defense to store military cargo. Wasn't actually being used as a wild berries distribution center at the time. And it won't be being used as anything now because there's no roof on it. In fact, let me just retweet some images that Excel Nova has provided, and you can quite clearly see that this building is completely in collapse. So that's nice. So what did you have some military cargo? Did you think you were going to put some military cargo there? No, not anymore. So Rostov, I don't know exactly what's on fire there. I've just been looking to see if I could get like an actual lowdown, but there was quite a few explosions. Let me just retweet one of those, just, to brighten up my timeline. But not a lot of explanation as to what that was as yet. But I'm sure, we'll probably find out as the day goes on. So, sorry. I'm just checking things as we go along. Now, I've got some other footage from Simferopol. I'm assuming this is from that wild berries that I've just mentioned that was being used as a logistics hub. But I'm just going to retweet that too, just because it's beautiful. Beautiful. It does sort of like, make my soul happy to see this shit burning, because it's Russian military stuff, and Russian military stuff can burn all day long as far as I'm concerned. And again, no, I still don't know what it was that was being under fire in Rostov. No, there's no explanation as to yet. But I do know what was on fire at Engels Air Base. Oh yes. Engels Air Base appears to have had a moment, and the former headquarters of the 22nd Guards Heavy Bomber Aviation building, what are they called? They're called the Donbass Red Banner Division. They're on fire, and that building is an interesting one. I would imagine that was probably also housing quite a bit of military shit. And not anymore. Definitely not anymore. So, that's not in Ukraine, that one. There we go. So, yeah, it does appear as though there is quite a lot of action overnight. And there will be, indeed, quite a bit of continuing action. Because, Russia, you ordered a war, and you get to fight one now. Get to fight one. It's a shame, innit? So you'll be glad to know that fuel is at the lowest levels. The roadside gas pricing signs have been put down, but when you actually drive up to the gas station to fill up, the price is higher. They're just advertising it lower, so that people think it's lower, and that the locals are laughing. There's an old Soviet joke. If you want your refrigerator to be full, plug it into the state radio outlet. Because everyone's just running around on sarcasm at this point. He really has managed to bring back the Potemkin villages of the USSR. This lady is laughing and saying, don't believe that. Don't believe that. Because that's just nonsense. When you actually go to pay, it's more. Who came to visit us that they had to change these signs? And, well, that's what she's basically saying. Has some miracle happened in our city right now? They've changed the signs. It looks like the gasoline was lowered. They've even blackened the tarmac. And it does make you wonder, oh yes, we found out. Putin had a little propaganda visit to Irkutsk aircraft factory yesterday. That's what happened. Amazing, eh? Amazing. So that's what happens when Putin visits. They just change everything and make it look as though it's everything's fine. Everything's fine, isn't it? So Engels, local residents report that the barracks simply caught fire and there was no actual attack, according to them. I can't imagine what would have happened there. Could it be that there might have been some sabotage? Oh, never. So there are a few people who said that there's some terrible smoking habits going on there, and there's some dude here who is just chucking water on this fire, and that's not going to work, mate. Especially not just with that small amount of water. Brilliant. So the missile strike at the Aviatech plant in Kirov. We have some results now. And Nova, bless them, now they've got their account back, have dedicated some time to verify exactly what happened. According to local services, there was no evacuation. There was no air raid siren announced. The same sources report that the FP5 Flamingo hit a workshop during a shift change. And this is exactly what Will has been predicting, or at least, just putting out into the universe. So I'd just like to point out that Will is now a soothsayer. He said what they want to do is they want to hit these places during a shift change and get as many people as possible who know how to build this stuff off the table, off the map. And that's exactly what's happened. So during a shift change, there's like double the amount of employees there. And that's exactly when they've hit them. I mean, timing is just impeccable. At least 30 employees of the plant were killed and more than 80 were injured. The local trauma departments confirmed that they were overwhelmed, and local media outlets urged residents to donate blood for the victims of the attack. And I've checked my cupboard and there's no fucks left. So zero sympathy for these guys. They're building bombs. They made weapons that are being fired into Ukrainian civilian cities, towns and cities, and, used to hunt down Ukrainians just going about their fucking business on a daily basis. Absolutely valid target. And it's not just the factory that's hit here, is it? It's the knowledge and expertise of those workers gone. And they should stop producing weapons for genocide, shouldn't they? Otherwise, this will happen. It seems like losing that amount of skilled workers might just have an impact on their production. Now, initially, they tried to claim that there was only 6 people that were killed here. But news gets out, and they couldn't keep it to that small number. So people have indeed confirmed that news gets out. Now, there is some other news, which is absolutely beautiful. I need somebody to bounce off, so it's going to be you, Prince. Did you see the ATMs in Crimea? Just say yes. Yes, I did. Yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
abso-freaking-lutely. Sorry.
Thank you. I was like, she's probably not listening. She probably doesn't
No,
think she has
I'm
to do anything.
not. I'll tell you what I'm processing in a moment, but not in the back channel.
Okie dokie. So the ATMs in Crimea appear to have been hacked. Oh, beautiful work. And I'm loving this. I am loving this. That they were people there trying to take out some of their rubles, and the ATM displays a sign. It comes up with a sign and it says, "Glory to Ukraine, run away from Crimea." It basically telling them to run away from Crimea. So it's unclear what to do because they don't give any money either. And so these are these. I mean, they look quite high tech. I haven't seen any of these, but they press the button and they get this message: "Glory to Ukraine, run away from Crimea." And some Ukrainian IT specialist is really enjoying their work right now. Sberbank ATMs in particular are now running Ukrainian firmware, and they can't even secure their own banking infrastructure. Beautiful. I just think that that's excellent work. And it just gives a
Fantastic
nice,
work.
clear message, doesn't it? Nice, clear message.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm sorry I wasn't paying attention again. But you no,
Oh,
Mark,
I see
I'm
what it is that you, yeah.
I'm trying to be supportive here.
Yeah, it's okay. You go be supportive over there. That's fine. I'll do the numbers.
Numbers are
I've just
good.
heard some really awful work. Really awful news.
Yeah.
Jesus, that is awful. So yeah, fuck Russia massively with a big cactus with explosives attached.
Multiple times.
Damn, yeah, that's really upsetting. It's the 25th of July, all day today, and I'm sorry, but I'm going to be really spicy probably for the next hour. 1,450 liquidated personnel, 7 more tanks and 11 armoured combat vehicles, and 78 artillery systems. 2 air defence systems, 2 more of those. And what's this? What a lovely round number. 8 special equipment. 571 vehicles and fuel tanks. Goodness gracious me, that's got to be in the top 10. That's more than yesterday. Less than 600, but it's still going to be in the top 10, I think, somewhere in the middle. And then we have 5 cruise missiles, because remember, there was a missile attack in the middle of the fucking day yesterday in Ukraine. Twats. 1,596 UAVs. Again, that's, it was 1,600 the last couple of days and just below today. And if they could, they would, just looking at that. And 17 ground robotic complexes, because F you, Russia, you're not allowed those. So let's have a little look at what this missile attack happened during the day yesterday, because it was actually quite a big one. 95 items in total in the middle of the day. 3 Iskander /MS S-400, Iskander M/S-400 ballistic missiles. 1 was intercepted by air defense and 2 hit. And then the rest of them were drones. Now, it doesn't say how many drones were shot down because, well, there was, so shall we say, some terrible results of those missile strikes. And I will just say that OPSEC, you still need to, consider that. Even in Kyiv itself, in the main city where there's the most air defense that there is in the entirety of Ukraine, you still need to consider OPSEC. And if you're going to hold an event of any kind, you need to not publish online the exact address, which is what happened yesterday, and absolutely devastating.
In Mockers, you look
Yeah.
at the first item in the nest, it is public. Jason tweeted it out earlier. So if you want to talk about it, I think that's okay.
Yeah. So some of our friends yesterday lost some of their very good friends in this missile attack. One fella here, the head of the Stratcom Centre, who we have a connection to in the background, for information purposes, has lost his wife. She was killed yesterday. She was also head of the International Cooperation and Strategic Comms at the State Guard, and that's really upsetting.
It is.
I'll be honest.
It is. I was reading this information through a private message, and it's attached also in Jason's message. So I don't mind saying that there were a couple of Facebook a couple of Facebook attachments of him sharing about his wife and what she was like and how much he would miss her and how she was a colonel, but also a friend and an amazing wife and an amazing parent, and it just I'm so angry. He is such a good guy, and for him to have this loss, it's just, yeah. And I can imagine, this is, I've never met him in person. I've never met her in person, and I know that we have friends who come onto this space who have met them in person, and have worked with them, and were some, could have been at this event and have friends that they have lost. And it's not the first time that we've been touched, maybe not exactly directly, but pretty dang close, right? To people who have lost their lives. Going all the way
Yeah,
back to 2022 in Roman Rtushny.
yeah, absolutely. The guy who climbed a tree to come and talk to us
That's
because that
right.
was the only way he had any connection. And yeah, just the effort that he went to get a message to speak to the world about what was going on. And he unfortunately lost his life shortly after that. That thing yesterday has taken a couple of lives of some quite important people. Another guy, only referred to as Dennis, but everybody in the group that's in the background had some sort of connection to him. A really, really intelligent drone tester. Stop it, you. She's just stealing stuff off the table while I'm talking to you. And this guy was caught outside when the missile attacked. And he tried to do first aid on himself, and unfortunately was overcome by his injuries. And very shortly after, somebody ran outside to try and help him, but it was too late. Another guy said, "I don't know what to do. I've lost my boss. The guy that I was supposed to be reporting to in the morning, my boss, gone. What am I going to do? Get off the telly, you stupid cat." And this is what Ukrainians go through every day. If they don't lose somebody that they know directly, they'll probably lose somebody that they know, through friends, indirectly. And I had a little cry yesterday for Dennis. I don't even know him, but it's the constant loss of life of people who matter, Everybody matters in their own way, but it's not just the little old man from down the street. It's the people who are doing the work, the people who are trying their best to, further Ukraine's victory. And there's going to be an investigation, but I mean, the investigation doesn't bring people back, does it? The whole point is that we got to be more careful. We really got to be more careful. No matter how you think that, things feel safe for whatever, you got to understand that Russia is always watching. And even if they didn't put out the, the information about where they were when they were doing this flipping get together of drone operators and, this drone workshop thing, even if they didn't put out the address, it's still possible that, that there's espionage, there's Russians paying people to, give them information. You've got to be more careful, especially if, there's people there that are important. And yeah, that was really, really an unfortunate and avoidable incident. Zelensky himself said the target of the strike in the Bucha district was an event that should not have been being held in the location it was. It was near people's homes. So also, just be aware that at first they said it was a, a military unit base or something like that. It wasn't. It was a public sports hall was where this thing was being held. So, a bit of a soft target. 10 people were killed and 70 injured, and criminal proceedings are now open in relation to this. And Budanov has commented, in the context of the full-scale war, the organisers of such events and those who approve them must bear the responsibility for the people. You see, this was an event that was organised adjacent to the armed forces and probably didn't get permission from the armed forces to hold this event because it was like, well, we're just, drone builders. Now, I know that the organisers some of them were British, and I'll just say that, there are a few people who are in Kyiv today who would slap the shit out of those guys if they found out that, this was, in fact, they know that this was done without the proper security. And it's really, really heartbreaking. So Budanov states today is a day of mourning in the Kyiv region for those who died after the Russian attack, and my condolences to their friends and relatives. Many are wounded, and doctors are fighting for everyone. And I wish a speedy recovery to all affected. But again, this is another war crime by the Russian Federation. They struck specifically when foreign delegations were in Kyiv as well, as a deliberate act of terrorism. They saw an opportunity and they took it, and it didn't matter who was there. It didn't matter what, the international community might be thinking. They did it anyway because they were like, look, we see a soft target and we can hit that. He says, in the full-scale war, the organisers of these events and those who approve them must bear personal responsibility for the people and the security. Security must be guaranteed, and if this is not the case, there should be no event. This lesson is unfortunately not the first, but it should finally be the last. I wouldn't want to upset Budanov, would you? My buddy wouldn't. So, yeah, Budanov's on it now, and he's peeved, and absolutely should be as well. So let me now do the overnight report, because I went a bit of a tangent there, but I think it was necessary because, we can't just talk about the good shit, can we?
No,
Go on.
no, we can't. And, yeah, no, we can't. And I'm just reading this Facebook post that Igor wrote himself about his wife again, and it's just, yeah, it's attached. It's the second tweet in the thread that Jason posted. If you want to go and look at his own words about the loss of his wife.
Yeah, so in this case, civilian organizations that are adjacent to the, armed forces that are helping Ukraine with drone development and things like that need to stop organizing things for themselves, basically, and, work with the security services of Ukraine so that things like this don't happen ever again. Because, the people who died there were not necessarily, military, that they were people who were working in drone development, people who were working to, further the war effort for Ukraine, not actual military members, apart from obviously his wife. And what a fucking mess. Ty fella?
Yeah, what a fucking mess. So I'm back, and I think I've done it. I don't know. Perhaps send me a co-host request, see if that works, Prince. But really upset about that yesterday. They absolutely do need to work with the security services, because this shit has happened before, and it really should. OPSEC is a real thing. You're in war, for Christ's sakes. But just tragic, really tragic. Unless they've got a little mole knocking around somewhere, which is my other worry and concern. And yes, I've got a co-host. Look at that, brilliant.
Well, to be honest, Firefella, this thing was fucking advertised on social media with a poster showing, the time and location. So I'm just saying that you don't need a mole to figure that one out. So let me do the overnight report now, because I've delayed it. 159 items in total. And obviously there were more missiles. 2 KH-5969 guided aircraft missiles from the airspace over the Black Sea, and 157 drones of various types. According to preliminary data, one of the missiles was shot down and 127 of the enemy drones. But that still leaves, 30 drones and a missile? It just goes to show that Ukraine, they really need these air defense missiles and other air defense systems because, well, their ratio of shootdowns is eking in the wrong direction. And you can see that happening. Russia's going to continue to do everything they can at this point to destroy Ukraine as much as possible because they are losing and they are a wild animal kicking out in their death throes. And this is the most dangerous part of the war. So don't expect things to get better for a while. They're going to be really hard now. This next year, probably, is going to be really fucking hard. So, 26 strike UAVs were recorded, hitting 9 locations. There is the fall of down fragments at 4 locations. The missile that was not shot down did not reach the target. So perhaps it thought it was in Peru. I don't know. Either way, it will have landed somewhere and caused some damage. So, yeah, just another day in Ukraine. Just another morning in Ukraine. Isn't that app really cool? Doesn't it help, Firefella?
Oh, it certainly does, Mockers. And I had a range of days to do. I chose 12th of June. Don't know whether that's right or wrong, but it's bloody working, so I don't care. I'm just seeing if I can put stuff in the nest. I'm under orders from Prince.
To try. All right. Okay. So, yeah. I bet you can't because I can't. So let me continue with a few more things which will cheer us up because, goodness. Ukrainian drones have sanctioned a cargo vessel, the New Victory, that was sailing towards the Russian port of Taman. And every vessel that helps sustain Russia's war machine is a legitimate target. And don't you dare give me no shit about civilian vessels, or Ukraine in that matter, because every vessel that sustains Russia's war machine is a legitimate target, especially those ones taking alumina from Orhanish to St. Petersburg. I would love to see them fucking sink, all of them. Anyway, the aftermath shows that the New Victory learnt the hard way that Russia is at war and their profit comes with a risk. And if they're going to be delivering stuff to Russia, well, they could lose their ship along the way. And they have. The entire workings, the entire, bridge of the ship, gone. Their engines are running, but they got no way of steering that ship. So they're just sort of running blind at this point. And so, they ain't sunk. And that is small mercies for them. They ain't sunk, but they're cooked. You see, sanctions are all very well and good, but if they're not upheld, if these ships are not arrested in international waters, then Ukraine will carry out the consequences of the sanctions. And these ships cost quite a bit of money, and Ukraine's quite happy to keep removing them off the board. So there are no ships currently able to go into Ukrainian ports because of the danger. And Ukraine is going to set that same standard for Russian ports now because they got nothing left to lose. All right, okay. No, you've stopped all ships wanting to come to our ports because nobody will insure them. Well, tell you what, you are not getting any shit either. And they will be upping these strikes on these ships delivering to Russia because two can play at that game. Turnaround is fair play in this point. In fact, Russia's second largest oil terminal has now stopped loading tankers entirely because of Ukrainian strikes. Sheskharis on the Black Sea Shesh Karis. I don't know. One of them. Pick one. Has stopped loading tankers since July the 21st. Since the beginning of the Since the beginning of the year, the terminal has exported approximately 650,000 barrels of oil per day. Well, Russia needs to save that stuff anyway. Oh, no, they can't refine it themselves, can they? Not all of it. Oh, that's a shame. Anyway, maybe they can, I don't know, drink it or something. This is approximately 1/5 of Russia's total oil exports. So it is only a bite into the vastness, but it is actually quite a gut punch to them. The halt of operations of this terminal is going to take out a big chunk of what they were exporting. That, perhaps some of these exports were going to India, where they've been buying back refined product from them. So perhaps that's going to be more difficult in the future. Ukraine has absolutely every right to do this as well. And I don't care if Kazakhstan is upset that their exports can't go through this port either. Find another way. Do things differently. Don't rely on Russia anymore, because you're not going to be able to, because they're going to be absolutely a failed state. And what Russian air defense doing? Oh, that's right. Not protecting anything that's actually worth protecting. No, it's all sat around Moscow, basically. That's a big one. That is a big one. Now, there has been another absolute masterpiece of work by the Ukrainian SBU. Sometimes you don't have to make things blow up to do really important work. Russians in occupied Crimea were given the opportunity to purchase QR codes for fuel. Only unfortunately, those QR codes were not being issued by the Russian government. They were being issued by the Ukrainian SBU. And they put out a little video saying, thanks very much for the donations, because your donations have helped us fund Ukraine's 110th Mechanized Brigade. And they nice little video here showing that all these places were, they issued all these QR codes and they were all purchased. And thank you very much for that. And then when they went to redeem them, they couldn't be redeemed. And here's just some words from their video. I express respect to everyone who did this shit. This is just a rude word. So, oh, hello, stop that. So, this is, I think, somebody in occupied territory, and they're saying, it's a lady, in fact. She said, I've arrived only recently, and there were 9 cars already standing. A girl came out and said that she had an order not to hand over any gasoline to any of these QR codes, and that was it. So it turns out that all these people were duped. I mean, how very rude, how awful. And when they went to redeem these QR codes, they couldn't get any gasoline for them. And then shortly after, there was a message from the people who'd sold them the QR codes. So this woman said, for 3 hours, I tried to get this code. After 3 hours, I took it to the gas station and stood in line for 4 more hours. And then they said that they could not give me any fuel in relation to this code, because there is no fucking system that this code is on. So good luck to everyone who has one. And then here's the Ukrainian reply. We are a unit of the Motorized Infantry Battalion, the 110th Mechanized Brigade. And they show all these receipts of people purchasing these QR codes. And then they show, themselves stood in front of some vehicles quite clearly in Ukraine. We express our gratitude to all of those who purchased these codes, who are helping Sevastopol residents to donate to the occupation of vehicles. We understand that Crimea wants to return home faster, and this will help. We use your donations for increasing morality in occupied territories. Oh, mortality, sorry. I also wanted to say that you will not have gasoline until the yellow and blue flag is lifted over half of your island. Over half your island. Therefore, we invite everyone who lives on occupied territory to donate at, and they give the donation thing. Glory to Ukraine. So, yes, very, very good. Very good. That is just a beautiful, absolute cinema. Priceless work.
Superb bit of work, isn't it? Trolling
Yeah.
that is very, very. I mean, we do trolling on here, don't we? But that is just meteoric rather. It's just superb work. Well done, Ukraine. Whoever did that, and they keep doing this stuff, don't they? and the fact that you're paying money to one of our mechanised brigades, even better, even better.
Well, yeah, I mean, you take the piss, we take the piss right back, and we'll make you look silly while we're doing it. So, loving that. And then I've got a little tale about, excuse me, cat, of a lady who lives in Crimea, and she caused quite a stir by taking a video in the bank. So, she was in Alpha Bank, and she says to the employee, a simple question, is Crimea ours? As in, belonging to Russia? And instead of simply replying yes, he says, that's a provocative question. Well, surely not if you know the answer. If there's a sincere answer to that question, surely that shouldn't be provocative, should it? He then adds that the bank refuses to issue loans to anybody who is registered in Crimea, which tells you all you need to know, doesn't it? One of Russia's largest banks doesn't treat Crimea as part of Russia. And we've been saying this for some time, haven't we? That Crimea is Ukraine, for a start, and temporarily occupied. I mean, not that Russian banks have any money to loan out anyway, but the whole point is that they don't treat Crimea like it's part of the Russian Federation, and that's because it's not, quite clearly. And so there was an awful lot of, as you can imagine, people getting upset in the comments about it, because apparently Crimea is only temporarily occupied, and they didn't like the fact that that was being confirmed to them. So yeah, again, Crimea is Ukraine, quite clearly. So there was a bank meeting yesterday, a central bank meeting, and I'm going to do my best to try and bring you the news from it, because it was basically a performance for the people. And I have to laugh that one of the things that Nabulina said was, stop trying to look for hidden signs of what's going on in my clothing. So that's just typical, isn't it, of the news, that they're like, what's she wearing? Can we tell anything from what she's wearing? Now, if she were the Queen of England, I would say yes, because the Queen of England always made sure to make a statement with her outfit. And if you don't know what I mean, just go and look at some of the images of the Queen of England when she was, at state events and things like that. In fact, the King does it now. When Zelensky goes to visit him, he tends to have something in blue and yellow, in the photograph, even if it's just some handkerchiefs out of his, pocket or something like that. There's always something which indicates that he's supporting Ukraine. I have noticed that they, the royal family just like to make a statement without making an actual wordy statement. So let's see if I can go through what, oh, Jesus, cat's jumping around, what the Russian bank press conference was like. So Prune did a live press conference. The sky is blue. And she said, by the way, nobody predicted what actually happened at the central bank conference. There was all sorts of people trying to predict what might happen, what could be the case. Basically, they said that they were going to keep their key rate exactly the same, and they didn't. They reduced it to 14%. They decided to lower the key rate, which I'm sure, doesn't really mean an awful lot because the economy is going down the toilet and it doesn't really matter what you do with the key rate. It's just going to accelerate it no matter what you do. No matter which way you go now, you're either creating hyperinflation or devaluing your currency, one or the other. So all these forecasts came out and she said, don't put any stock in any of the forecasts because they're always wrong. And the worse things get, the wronger they get. So do not expect the Russian bank to tell the truth at all either. But here we go. So there was a guy who is from something called Frank Media, and an awful lot of fun because every time he asks a question, they give a voiceover translation of a really weird voice, of a really strange voice that they give him. And she said it's really funny. It's like that, they're taking the piss out of him, and he can't do nothing about it because, that they've got to do the translation. So they're just sort of laughing at him while they're doing the translation. It's very weird. Anyway, it's happened repeatedly. This young guy, whenever he speaks, he gets like a cartoon voice attributed to him, and I just think that's really funny. So let's go through a bit of what happened. So Elvira turns up and she's got like a pale pink shirt on, just in case you needed to know what she was wearing, and a grey suit. So the options were to stay at 14.25, 14%, and obviously we know which one she did. She got asked about sanctions and sort of sidestepped that quite easily. Sanctions don't bother us, don't worry about it, we're keeping the economy going. No sanctions will piss us off, except for the fact that then she was sticking to the message very determinedly that the fuel crisis was only temporary and that there were, fuel production was coming back online in certain places. And I'll just say that situation is only temporary, of them coming back online. They are firing places up. We have seen it. Will has confirmed that these are all heat signatures that he would expect with them restarting the processes. However, like we say, that probably won't last for too long. So she was asked about raising the key rate over and over, and she said it's possible that we might raise it in the future, but not right now. It's not part of our baseline scenario, was her words. Now, we all know that the deficit is getting bigger, and it's much bigger than they're already admitting to. And she's basically saying, we can handle that. Don't you worry. We can handle that. I don't know if anybody noticed her sweating, but, probably she was. So then she was asked about the bonds. They've just stopped selling bonds. They cancelled the last couple of bond sales because nobody wants to buy their shitty bonds. You see, what's been happening with the bonds is they've been issuing bonds and they've been printing money for the banks to buy the bonds back off them. So the only people buying the bonds now is themselves. And they're literally just doing this circuit of money with the banks. So they print money, or at least, create money for the banks to buy the bonds. And then the bonds are never getting paid back, obviously, because they don't have the money to pay them. My mother is a pain in the backside, right? She's been here yesterday and she does this all the time, right? I have a towel on the side, which I use, if I'm going to just rinse a spoon, and I just dry it quickly and I put it back on the rack for the next cuppa that I'm going to make. And she always hangs it up across the other side of the room. Oh. Anyway, sorry. It's just my own personal problem. It's a first world problem right there. So she danced around the question of the bombs, didn't really answer any questions. Some guy in a very bright yellow shirt, just pointing out the colour. I thought that was banned these days in Russia. Asked her about the stock market. Have you seen the Russian stock market recently? The MOEX index that's like just crashed through the floor? Yes. So I think she didn't really answer that either by the looks of things. So she was asked about getting investments to grow, which is something Putin recently said he wanted. And then asked about the warehouses getting hit. Now, when she says warehouses, they mean wildberries, but they don't want to name them for some reason. Don't know why. And she was also. It was also noted that things were not going the way people expected this year. They expected 14%, and the bank went to 14.25%. And then they expected it to remain the same, and then it went back down to 14%. And she kind of just says, yeah, this is all part of the plan. Shut up. She's asked about the warehouses again, because she didn't really answer the question. And she said, in relation to this, that insurance companies had sufficient capital to look after themselves. If you say so. Have you seen the shitty compensation that these people have been offered from wildberries? That they've lost like millions and millions of rubles worth of stuff, and they've got like, you know, less than 10% of what it was actually worth offered or given to them by wildberries. And they were like, yeah, here's your compensation. Here's a tenner. Live with it. You know, that's all we got for you. And it's because there's so many people suing them for the money that they've lost. They got to try and do something. And so they're like, yeah, we can give you like, you know, a pittance of what your stuff was actually worth. And that's it. And that's what you're getting, and you'll be happy and you'll shut up. And now you can't sue us because we've actually paid you something. Wah, wah. She says something about administrative price limitations with regards to that. And yes, they did indeed use the silly voice for the young guy who was asking questions, the cartoon voice for him. So let's just go through some more of these questions. So question, stagflation. This is not the stagflation you're looking for. She basically said, no, look over there. There's nothing to see here. She doesn't see any risks to banks. Apart from them, some of those banks have already closed. Yeah. Does the rate reduction result in GDP growth? If we did that, we would cause hyperinflation. So she's saying no. Once again, nobody mentions the war. Not Russia's war anyway. They've mentioned the war in Iran and how that affects them, but not Ukraine. It's amazing that, isn't it? How that just doesn't exist, even though that is the root of all their evils and their problems. There's sanctions, there's fuel problems, there's warehouse problems, but they're discussed in a way that you wouldn't even realize there was a war going on unless you already knew that there was a war going on. She gets asked about the warehouses again. And Prune says, I'm really wondering if this is going to be a situation where the central bank just abruptly changes their direction in the near future, and they're just trying to put people off thinking about that right now. They're talking about becoming a qualified investor because not everybody is allowed to invest. So some people may now be allowed to invest. And she's basically saying, look, the government keeps spending too much money and we're having to react to that. That's basically what she's saying with all her guff that she's trying to not blame Putin for or not blame the war for. She's asked another question about sanctions and keeps getting cornered about all her forecasts or all everybody's forecasts being wrong. And she basically said, it's not our fault. We believed the budget documents that were put out by the government. Now, not being funny, but even I didn't believe that shit. And I'm not very academic. So goodness knows what that intelligent woman was thinking, believing that nonsense. She didn't believe it, folks. Narrator comes in. She didn't believe it either, but she had no choice. So, massive BS response. And then the press conference was over. So, in these things, the questions asked can sometimes be more revealing than the answers. And there were a lot of questions about the warehouse fires, so wild berries, basically, although nobody actually said wild berries, and nobody actually confirmed that they were destroyed. There were questions about sanctions, and lots of questions related essentially to the key rate going up, or not easing as previously promised. There were a few things people were trying to get at with these questions. One, whether the Russian central bank is actually independent, meaning, were they told to do this by the boss? You know, the rate change. Two, everyone knows well in advance that the federal budget is an absolute pile of nonsense and isn't going to work. But the central bank keeps doing forecasts and then acting completely surprised when new budget parameters come out that say the deficit's going to be bigger. So the messaging is delayed. It's much slower than it should be. And that's kind of the point, that they are delaying the inevitable, or at least people finding out the inevitable. Like, we can all see this. It's been well over a year. It's been well over for months for this budget. 6 months, obviously. But the government hasn't formally changed the budget, so we just continue trusting them until they do, is Elvira's line. If you say so. Let me just have a quick look. 5.731 trillion ruble deficit, which is like more than double what they're supposed to have done for the entire year, and it's only July. 3. Many people in the audience believe the central bank will change their stance before the end of the year and that a key rate increase will happen. They're no longer believing what she says, basically. And she makes a statement afterwards, just basically, sidestepping all the questions. Now, the very last question of the press conference was about citizens' savings. And it was a concern that citizens' savings were going to be eaten up by the deficits. People were concerned about what's going to happen with their savings. And this was causing people to take their savings out of the bank. And Elvira puts on her rose-tinted glasses and says, deposits at the banks are growing and deposit rates are above inflation, which is an absolute, complete and utter lie. They also, the question about stagflation, the guy with the silly voice who asks about stagflation is told, let's be careful throwing that word around. Oh, you're going to get arrested after this, mate. They also threaten the guy who's asking the question, which I think is quite fun. You don't get this from a lot of meetings with your bank manager, do you? Direct threats. Let's be careful. Don't say things like that. Otherwise, something terrible might happen to you and your family, basically. So this is the sort of thing that we get from Russian leadership. And, it's all sidestepping. It's all ignoring the reality of what's actually happening, that their budget is falling off a cliff, and poor Elvira is sat there just trying to do her best to lie her way through it until she can retire, which is apparently coming up later this year, that she's got a retirement plan. And I tell you what, the second that she gets released from her job responsibilities, if Putin lets her retire, she's off. She's off. She's got a nest egg somewhere that she's just waiting to spend to move to another country. Oh yeah, Elvira wants to leave. The only thing is, Elvira, when you leave, you're going to be arrested. Because if it wasn't for you, this war would have been over some time ago. Because unfortunately, she is quite skilled and has held up the Russian budget, bless her soul, as best as she can. Probably because, she would have died otherwise, but Damn her. Damn her to hell. So this is also probably the reason why many people have now employed fortune tellers at their place of business. You'd think this was a joke, wouldn't you? But no, not a joke. They really were employing fortune tellers. And this is another reason why Russia is so susceptible to rumours and panic right now, because nobody's telling them the truth. And remember, they are very gullible. They are like children with their naivety. They have no critical thinking whatsoever, apart from, the cynical few that we've seen. But in most cases, they'll just swallow any old nonsense. And it is quite fucking funny. Some of the questions she went into a bit more strongly, but anyway. The Russian central bank being asked about the fuel situation in particular, and hearing that they were importing fuel. And that's something that we wouldn't have considered happening some time ago. And yet here we are. Now, nobody in this question answers why. And the lady asking the question is doing so from a remote location so that she cannot be picked up by the FSB quite so quickly. And it's almost like it's magic. It just magically disappeared. It's just temporary. Just trust me. And that's basically what she says. Just trust me. Trust me, bro. It'll all be fixed. It'll all get better. Now, the next year's budget is usually submitted to the Duma at the end of September. And I feel as though they may as well just hand in a sheet of paper with, "Oh, we're fucked," written on it, because that's basically what's going to happen. The Russian Ministry of Finance would also submit adjustments to the current year's budget at the same time. Oh, right, okay, that's wonderful. So everything going to hell in a handbasket quite quickly now. And no matter what she says, you can see through it that she's just lying to slow down the process of people really understanding how absolutely fucked they are. And I just thought that was something that we should, pay a little attention to. If she had any good news, she would have been shouting about it. And she had no good news whatsoever. All she did was dodge questions about bad news and lie. Warthog, my lovely, how's it going?
Morning, everyone. Hope all are doing okay and everything fine. Seems fine, independently if it is day, night, morning, whatever's behind your window. As always, the excellent from Ukraine. The you- the the war that Russia have started is the first war, most probably, where they have no Ukrainians in their army, but the Ukrainians are actually against them just simply because they have attacked Ukraine, right? And if you, I don't know if you watched recent interview by Kellyan Robertson, Robert Brody, Magyar, the unmanned systems commander, and that's actually one of the key points he mentioned in his interview, that this is the first war where Ukraine is against Russia, and Ukraine is not part of Russian army, and that's only means that Russia is kind of fucked. As he mentioned, I'm just quoting. If you didn't watch yet, if you haven't seen yet this interview, it's worth seeing, to be honest, because the interview is beyond the, I don't know, 5 points plan for NATO countries that he's suggesting, or any military strategic insights or anything like this. It's just very honest talk from the former businessman arts enthusiasts, whom Robert Brody was in his previous life. And a couple of things that when you will watch that interview, or if you have already seen that interview, you probably will notice something that many Ukrainians are are experiencing and will be experiencing in the future. It is when he was asked when what you're gonna do when the war finishes, and he answers, look, same as many effective Ukrainians who are defending their country, we are under constant threat being targeted by Russians. And it means that if you think that when the war finishes, we still have to do a lot for that war to finish in a way that we want that to finish, the Russians leaving us alone. But not for many of us, not many will change. Not a lot will change, just simply because we will be under constant threat of Russians hunting our top performers, and it doesn't leave too much space for living everything, having a very nice yard, the flower beds and so far and so on. Unfortunately, it is not like that. I mean, that's a nice fairy tale that everyone is keeping in mind, but is not gonna be the same for all of us. And the February 24th of 2020, February 23rd of 2022 will never come back. The day the Russia have started the full-scale invasion, 24th February 2022, marked the point where many of us just simply will, the day before will never come. And the lives that people were having prior to the war, many will try to get to the peaceful social lives. And the key word here will try, because Russia have ruined so many families, not only lives, not only the way people were doing prior the war. But that's the reality. But that's an interesting interview that literally wars your attention and spending a bit of time because that's interesting. Also happy to tell you that we are almost halfway in bringing the equipment to Alpha guys, the remote systems they were asking for, something they are designing and producing themselves, because there is no market equivalent where you just simply can use the available technology and just simply buy it. That's why they have to produce it. Therefore, some certain things, some certain components for the remote system is exactly the subject of the current efforts bringing to Alpha SBU. This is now important part of what I've been explaining. The opportunity to support Alpha guys is important. The previous part that you can see in the nest, this is the latest one. Been asking for. He's already quite close to put his hands on the equipment, because has been already purchased and is already traveling to Sloviansk. Unfortunately, Sloviansk is under quite extensive bombardment by Russians using the glide bombs, from which unfortunately you cannot do a lot unless you just shoot down the plane, and that's actually kind of the never-ending hunt that is happening to secure the Ukrainian cities from Russian terror. But yes, unfortunately, these days and in the past days, Sloviansk was under specific focus by Russians, so it's quite problematic to get the things there. And yes, Alpha SBU currently is in the focus, as the stuff for Andrei is already on the way. we're halfway there, and your kind of help and support makes guys not only very happy but also very effective and deadly. And Russians don't like that you contribute to the proactive fundraiser that is bringing the right equipment to the right hands. But that's exactly the thing to do. Also, Ukraine is currently under significant threat of during the next days because Russians are stockpiling and preparing the infrastructure for the next attacks, and this is the timeline we're living in, where Ukraine actually in every where when the ammunition is being prepared, when the planes are being charged, when the planes are relocating to the airfields, air bases closer to Ukrainian border, when they are entering to the dangerous positions where they can do the harm to Ukraine, where they launch the missiles and so far and so on. This is step by step situational awareness that Ukraine already has over what Russia is doing and how Russia is preparing to attack Ukraine. This is an important element, and even this in the recent days, all type of command have been already warning Ukrainians to not to neglect the air raids and be cautious of the warnings. And no one is neglecting the safety measures, definitely, but still there is always the warning to um, to take care, just simply to take care, because in the next days gonna be quite complex, I believe. And Russians are using type of the missiles that unfortunately nor Ukraine nor, I'm afraid, nor any country in the world would have the right stocks to just simply get secure from that attacks. And Russia is scaling its capabilities. If these days, Ukraine is getting, I don't know, like 300, 500 drones and different air targets that terrorize the certain cities and in the concentrated attacks. Russia is constantly scaling their ability to produce, and Ukraine is doing everything what's possible with the help of all the partners, thanks everyone who's supporting Ukrainian efforts in limiting their ability to scale the production. Because let's imagine tomorrow Russia is able to launch 1,000 relatively cheap comparing to the air defense means and abilities to defend from those drones, comparing 1,000 drones per day. Name the country in the world that actually can get, and that's by the way what also Robert Brody, Magyar call sign Magyar, been mentioning. Name the country in the world that can receive from Russia 1,000 of drones on Monday, 1,000 drones on Tuesday, 1,000 drones on Wednesday, and still keep fighting without raising the white flag. Many of those who say they're ready for Russia to Russian aggression, unfortunately, would raise the white flag, and that's the reality, because no one obtains this kind of abilities to defend from that massive types of the attacks Russia is scaling and Russia is preparing. So supporting Ukraine is a very good opportunity to avoid receiving 1,000 drones per day from Russia in the quite nearest future. That's why initiatives supporting Ukraine, paying attention to many initiatives that support Ukraine, that's a very good thing to do. That's actually my encourage. If you want me to limit what I've been saying before to just probably a couple of 10 sentences, the first one would be givebutter.com/proactive. That's how you can get to the fundraiser. And the second sentence is pick any initiative that is dear to your heart. The people who are delivering the stuff, people who are making the things, making the impact and enabling the right guys to do the right things. I'm trying to do that as much as I can, and your support is the enabler of the right things being done. That's why thanks everyone for the support so far. Let's do more together. And as always, hugs and love from Ukraine. Thank you so much. Back to you.
Well, thank you, Wardago. That was a fabulous way to close us out, actually, because yes, folks, your support is helping. It really does make a difference. Like with the Orhinish campaign, where people, regular people, have been able to make a difference. A drop in the ocean is not lost. It makes the ocean. All the drops come together and create the power of the waves. And so continue making waves, my friends, because for every small amount that you donate, if you can donate it regularly and they can count on that money coming in, that makes a difference. That really does make a difference. They're only, $1,000 short now of delivering the proof of concept, which will be really useful for everybody. If they can prove a particular concept for EW that works, then that can be rolled out to other units and can protect more lives. And that really makes a difference, especially when there's been a recent, and very painful loss of life in Kyiv of a number of important people who, we don't know personally, but we know of because of their stellar work. And, that doesn't mean that ordinary families dying, it counts any less. But I'm just saying that, these people were actively working to help Ukraine win this war. And now they won't be able to continue that work. So let's give other people the opportunity to continue their good work and do what we can to donate. Wardago's campaign here is very important. These guys have been working really hard to get these proof of concepts adopted widely. And, things change daily, weekly, and you got to keep up. And that is what the 18th Brigade have been doing. They've been keeping up in leaps and bounds and getting past the Russian problems that they keep throwing up. And so let's give them the opportunity to keep doing so. So Andrew Besanov has come to talk to us loads of times. And, he's done a little video that tells you exactly what he's up to and what good stuff he's spending your money on. So don't ever think that it's like, just disappearing into the war effort. No, he's doing really good work with it. He's making your money work harder. So for every dollar, pound, shekel we donate, it's making a difference. So be the difference you want to see in the world and help out where you can. Right, that's me. That's my pep talk for the day. Love yous, mean it. And Firefella, shall we close out, my darling?
Yes, we shall. Thank you, Wardago, for that about the fundraisers. Saves me a job this morning, and yourself, Mockers. Well done, you two. Sorry for all the shenanigans this morning, but I'm updated. I should be back tomorrow morning. See you all tomorrow. Slava Ukraini.
Yeah, word of warning for you, Firefella, turn off automatic updates. Otherwise, you will open your phone tomorrow and it will automatically update and you will go, and have to start the process all over again because I did that.
Trying to find that. I'll get on it. Don't worry. But yeah, see you all tomorrow. Love you.
It's in your app store.
Okay.
And Herum Slava.
Slava Nazi.
Smet Varaham.
Merdvelaham.
Smitvraham. All right. We have Fellow Who Bonks and James coming up next at 7 p.m. Eastern Time, which is 2 a.m. Kyiv. And then we have, of course, Good Morning Kyiv again with Will and Smokey at 1 a.m. Eastern and 8 a.m. Kyiv tomorrow. So that is what comes next. And of course, fire pellet and mockers after Good Morning Kyiv. So with that, I think I will say squirrel Pobotimus.
Hippopotamus.
Pobotimus.
Join us and VolyaRadio. We look forward to seeing you again. Your audience. Your audience.